Chapter 1809. Chi. That streak of blade radiance tore through the tranquility of the ancient times, reproducing the true meaning of the creation of heaven and earth. It was as if a demonic god was reviving, awakening from primal chaos, domineering and matchless. This stunning blade exceeded the understanding of the world, incomparable, shaking the cosmos for endless ages. It was unstoppable, in the hands of the heavenly emperor. Even if it wasn't an immortal artifact, it would still be an immortal. Even if the archaic emperors and great emperors from generation to generation were here, they would still tremble. It was too sharp and domineering, shocking the world, difficult to contend against. Yi Fan's hands formed imprints, releasing great Tao force. Symbols appeared one after another, linking up the past and present, as if they pierced through the immortal realm, carrying with it an indescribable Tao force. After forming an imprint, he slapped it out. All of the symbols merged, erupting with immortal light. The heavenly emperor suppressed and killed the unmatched Tao force that belonged to his master. The symbol suppressed endless ages. With a dang sound, it smashed into the five-colored immortal blade, producing a power that could make the great cosmos collapse. The great Tao flower blossomed. Dazzling radiance burned intensely between the two. Scripture sounds rang out, becoming eternal. The heavenly emperor confronted the heavenly emperor. This was enough to shock endless ages. Who would have thought that after being separated for endless ages, these two giants would encounter each other, producing this type of great collision? The heavenly blade weaved about, hacking apart the cosmos, recreating the ancient great wastelands. These were fragments of time. The one on the other side of the flying immortal waterfall was extremely powerful, suppressing past and present, as if he was reversing the long river of time. Dang! The all-life energy cauldron rushed up, colliding with the heavenly blade. 10,000 spirits appeared, all of them penetrating the wall, rushing into the 9 heavens, suppressing the five-colored immortal blade, erupting with dazzling radiance. This was a great battle that transcended time and space, a clash of the most powerful sounds. Heavenly prides of different eras, known as the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Emperor, carried out a life and death struggle. The only regretful thing was that it was difficult for one of his true bodies to come over, only his right arm appearing, brandishing the undying heavenly blade, unleashing a great slaughter in this cosmos. Meanwhile, the other was old, about to pass away in meditation. His chi and blood were seriously lacking, unable to fight with all of his strength. The owner of the five-colored immortal blade had incomparable glory and honor in the ancient past. Before he achieved the Tao, he dared to attack and kill an emperor, his boldness and insight evident. Later on, he achieved the Tao, becoming the Heavenly Emperor. How could this title be randomly used? It was truly because he was just too powerful. Later on, his cultivation flourished day by day, surpassing all past and present, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. He was revered as a supreme deity by all races, wishing to compete with true immortals. The immortal heavenly emperor stepped on his own path. He could kill immortals and suppress demons. After he reached the consummate level, he was close to becoming the #1 expert since ancient times. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with a venerable emperor. Now, he reappeared, fighting a great battle against a heavenly emperor. How could this possibly be described? It was just too shocking, enough to shake up endless time and make the entire 33 heavens tremble. 2 hours passed, and the two were still evenly matched. Even though the Sky Emperor on the other side of the flying immortal waterfall only had one arm stretched out, holding the five-colored immortal blade, he seemed to be able to see everything on this side. He erupted with an unrivaled aura that was incomparable. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was about to pass away in meditation, about to live a third life, yet this type of unforeseen event actually happened. This was simply a gargantuan disaster, extremely disadvantageous. However, as a heavenly emperor, his achievements were still unmatched, stopping the great enemy. The heavenly emperor's bloody battle was boiling. This battle shocked the entire world, destined to leave behind the most glorious stroke in the history of divine battles. The heavenly emperor's withered body fought against the Sky Emperor who couldn't truly descend. It was intense and bitter to the point where even one's soul was trembling. Celestial Court, within an underground cemetery. Divine multicolored light flickered about. The immortal source released an undying aura. There was a bashful and pure youth seated within. At his side, a divine lamp flickered, waking him up. Master. Komatsu's heart was pounding. He woke up from his slumber and saw that his master's soul lamp was about to go out. With a kacha sound, he tore open the immortal source and rushed into the sky, entering the boundless cosmos. The battle between the Heavenly Emperor and the Sky Emperor continued for more than 2 hours. It was a confrontation at the peak, the battle prowess shocking past and present. When this battle ended, one could only see a warm and sparkling palm enter the flying immortal waterfall, moreover bringing away his weapon, the undying heavenly blade. The 5-colored immortal blade was dyed in blood, some of it Heavenly Emperor's, unknown if there was also the Sky Emperor's. It flowed with terrifying radiance, and from this day forth, it disappeared from the human realm. The next time they met, it was destined to become an immortal artifact. It was because it returned to its master's side, about to undergo rebirth and sublimation. The flying immortal waterfall still hadn't retreated, still there, crossing between the two realms. The other shore wasn't the immortal realm, but rather a strange space-time, trapping matchless experts. They couldn't advance or retreat, unable to enter the immortal realm, unable to descend into the human world. The 4 great experts rushed towards Yi Fan from the flying immortal waterfall, wishing to kill him. Just now, they couldn't participate in the battle between the Sky Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. Now, they took action with full force, because the Sky Emperor's blood energy was about to dry up, unable to support a long battle. Yi Fan's white hair scattered down his shoulders. After the battle, he sat there, covered in blood, recovering from his injuries. The first ambush left him with too heavy of an injury. Even though he avoided his head and wasn't hacked apart, the Sky Emperor's blade energy still entered his body, seriously injuring him. After the battle, his blood energy was almost completely dried up, not even enough to treat his injuries. This type of battle was suitable for him when he was at his peak, but being disturbed at the crucial moment of opening the third world was too fatal. Hong. The 4 great experts didn't give him a chance, slaughtering their way over at the same time, wishing to kill him with force. At the very least, they wanted to drag him to death. Swoosh. Yi Fan opened his eyes, intimidating. A tiger wouldn't fall even if it died, shocking everyone. A small golden figure rushed out from between his brows. Even though it was much weaker, its great roar still shocked the world. With a pu sound, the little figure carried the all-life energy cauldron, transcending the restrictions of time, reversing the long river of time. It descended from the sky, killing 1 person, turning them into scattered ashes. At the same time, his body shone, irregular scenes appearing, temporarily protecting himself. However, he was still too tired in the end, long reaching his later years. He originally forcefully extracted a mouthful of essence blood, temporarily recovering to his peak state to fight against the 7 archaic emperors, and then powerfully suppressed and killed them. Even if this type of battle accomplishment wasn't considered supreme since ancient times, it wasn't too far off. Then, he fought against the Sky Emperor, exhausting too much. His blood energy declined, about to die in meditation. Right now, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to hold on any longer. After that little golden figure carried the cauldron and killed 1 person, it immediately grew dim. It had no choice but to rush back, entering the space between his brows. Hong. When the remaining 3 great supreme beings saw this, they began to attack fiercely, wishing to grind Yi Fan to death, not giving him a chance. During this process, Yi Fan took a deep breath. All of the starry splendor in the cosmos swept over, rushing into his body. He passively defended with his irregular scenes, wishing to catch his breath. When the situation was dire, an angry shout sounded from the distance, "You all deserve death, Master, I'm coming." Komatsu had always been shy and pure, his beautiful and exquisite face often revealing a bashful smile. Even though many years had passed, he still had a pure and innocent nature. However, now, he was furious, never like today. His head of light hair stood on end, his large eyes glaring angrily, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. A purple gold pagoda trembled above his head, suppressing downwards. Hold on, buy time for the Sky Emperor. He can still descend one more time. Someone roared. Sky Emperor's heart blood was too precious. For the Sky Emperor, it was an unmatched supreme treasure. Together with the living Sky Emperor's imprint, it could almost make the person on the other side of the flying immortal waterfall achieve immortality. However, the more powerful one was, the harder it was to cross realms. The restrictions were too terrifying. If not for the flying immortal waterfall, not even one arm of the undying Sky Emperor could cross over. It was just like how during the darkness chaos back then, the essence blood and immortal scripture's great Emperor Wuxia left behind worked together, but it still couldn't summon him back. There was only a void figure that appeared in front of that gate. Kill. Komatsu unleashed a great slaughter. In the past, he rarely took lives, but now, his anger rushed into the heavens, completely different from his immortal temperament. He was truly anxious and furious to the extreme. An intense confrontation, a terrifying confrontation erupted. This place erupted. For the sake of protecting his master, Komatsu went all out, all of his blood burning, not hesitating to pay the price to exhaust his potential, erupting with an aura that made even the universe tremble. With a pft, an ancient supreme being was finally killed by him. He was bathed in the blood of war, his entire body bright red. However, the other two were still disregarding everything, crazily attacking Yi Fan, wanting to break down his phenomenon. They wanted to rush in and kill him, seizing the Sky Emperor's imprint and essence blood. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Fan opened his eyes, stopped devouring the universe's starlight, and fiercely reached out a large golden hand, grabbing one of them. With a pft, he was directly crushed into meat paste. After launching this attack, he stood up, his body staggering and swaying. He wanted to attack the last person, but he was supported and blocked by Komatsu. Komatsu's entire body was burning with multicolored light, rushing over. Don't exhaust your own essence, there's no need to do this. Yi Fan said. He took a deep breath, and with a fierce shout, the myriad energy cauldron rushed out from the top of his head, turning into an eternal radiance, suppressing downwards. At the same time, Komatsu's purple golden pagoda also shook, the radiance of the great Tao erupting, attacking over. Pfft! The last person was struck by the two weapons at the same time, turning into ashes on the spot. Suddenly, the flying immortal waterfall shook, a large sparkling white hand appeared again. This time, it didn't hold that heavenly blade, but instead directly slammed down, enveloping the world, its divine might matchless. The Sky Emperor appeared again. Even though he didn't use any weapons, his blood energy was matchless, his power unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, 5-colored immortal light appeared, as if a phoenix was spreading its wings. Sonorous sounds rang out, tearing apart the great cosmos. Komatsu walked up, protecting his master, about to resist that large hand. In the end, Yi Fan walked up, pulled him back, and then threw him into the desolate border of the cosmos. He himself released an explosive shout, swallowing the universe's 10 desolate starlight, blasting out a Sky Emperor fist. Yi Fan himself collided intensely with the Sky Emperor, because he knew that Komatsu hadn't become an emperor yet. If he rushed up like this, he would definitely die without a doubt. This attack was world-shaking, heaven and earth collapsing, divine light completely submerging this place. Master! Komatsu cried out loudly, tears in his eyes, rushing back like a madman. He saw that Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, every pore overflowing, his body swaying back and forth. Do you dare fight fairly against my master? Komatsu roared. That sparkling white hand retreated, returning to the flying immortal waterfall after colliding with the Sky Emperor fist, clearly suffering a heavy blow. Moreover, due to the restrictions of time and heaven and earth, it was difficult for him to cross realms. The flying immortal waterfall passed like time, about to disappear. Yi Fan released a cold snort. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still stood tall, activating the all-life energy cauldron, smashing into the flying immortal waterfall, about to cut it off. Hung Long. This made everyone shocked. The flying immortal waterfall that no one could destroy since ancient times was forcibly cut off a small section by Yi Fan, collecting it into the cauldron, flowing with a rain of light. On the other side of the flying immortal waterfall, the sound of a long blade trembling could be heard. The Sky Emperor was incomparably cold. The flying immortal waterfall having been cut off made his killing intense surge, wanting to forcefully descend again. However, at this time, a long and drawn-out bell sound shook the entire universe. Regardless of whether it was the other side or this side of the cosmos, they all trembled violently. Then, the undying Sky Emperor let out a muffled groan, and then the flying immortal waterfall quickly dimmed, everything completely disappearing from this world. Chapter 1810. Master. Komatsu's eyes were tearing up. He was originally a weak and shy, pure child. At this time, when he saw Yi Fan covered in blood and swaying violently, he couldn't help but cry out loud. Back then, when he was ignorant and still a Komatsu mouse, it was Yi Fan who brought him onto this different path. Now, when he saw his master's head full of white hair, his chi and blood declining and about to die at any time, he was incomparably broken-hearted. He supported him while continuously shedding tears. Master, let's return to the celestial court and take the undying medicine. Komatsu was about to carry Yi Fan on his back and bring him away. Yi Fan shook his head and had him put him down. He sat down in the starry sky without moving. His injuries were extremely serious, but this wasn't the main point. The most terrifying thing was that his body was about to dry up. Countless essence energy surged over from all over the cosmos. Many star domains became dark because many starry radiants were guided over and entered Celestial Emperor's body. Yi Fan adjusted his breathing. His entire body overflowed with lustrous precious light, drawing back all of the Celestial Emperor's blood that had splashed out and merging it into his body. Then, he refined the Supreme Being's blood energy into strands of essence and refined them into divine essence to treat his body. His injured body healed and his blood energy converged. Celestial Emperor's body seemed to have recovered, but this wasn't much. The most terrifying thing was the body's decline. This was difficult to reverse. Yi Fan's Celestial Emperor's body already couldn't store too much essence energy. After the starlight of the 8 desolations entered his body to a certain extent, it began to overflow on its own and no longer accumulated. His body was declining and his blood energy dried up like a rotten iron pot. It couldn't hold too much water and would leak out. It was a sign that he had one foot in the grave and was about to end his life. Even divine medicines were useless. Yi Fan's situation was a sign of death. No one could save him, no precious medicine could bring him back to life. Under this kind of situation, even if he wanted to make the final leap and live a third life to save himself, he couldn't do so. He exhausted the last of his reserves, completely obliterating the divine core in his body in that world-shocking battle. Fighting against the 7 supreme beings was already his limit. Forcefully taking out a mouthful of essence blood to recover to his peak state was already a great loss for him. Then, fighting against the matchless undying heavenly emperor exhausted all the immortal essence he had accumulated. Master. Komatsu shed tears. He watched as his master, who was all-powerful in the past, difficult to defeat in the heavens above and earth below, now aged like this. His hair was white, blood-stained, and he was about to die in the passage of time. His heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. This kind of situation really made people feel helpless. If a person's soul fire was about to be extinguished, how could they continue to live? Yi Fan forcefully took a deep breath, otherwise, his primordial spirit would completely dim. He laughed. The affairs of the world really were hard to predict. He actually reached this step, unmatched under the heavens for 50,000 years, but in the end, he actually drew down the undying heavenly emperor's assassination. It was clear that the other party had experienced this type of later years as well, so he understood this type of state quite well. That was why when he took action, it was extremely targeted, wishing to erase the immortal essence within his body, not giving him a chance. People like them wouldn't die even if their bodies were ruined and their primordial spirits shattered. In their later years, the most precious thing was the long life essence they accumulated. That was the foundation they used to transform into their next life. Yi Fan had observed Guan Sheng, remembered the white-robed divine king, looked at the golden crow's arch, looked at the little divine silkworm, and had come into close contact with people who had lived a second life. He had already explored the mysteries of living another life in the dying years. There was a method to live one life, and it was difficult to repeat. He had accumulated it for many years just for this day. Although his body and spirit looked haggard, his lifespan was about to end, and his source had already dried up. That was only on the surface. Secretly, there was a trace of long life essence being born, just like a divine fetus. What a pity. Yi Fan had prepared for so long, but it was destroyed just like this. The Heavenly Emperor's attack was extraordinary and too tyrannical. If one didn't resist with all their strength, there was no way to block it at all. In reality, Yi Fan could guess that the Heavenly Emperor's attack was also mainly because of his celestial thearcha's imprint, as well as the long life essence he had accumulated that outsiders didn't know about. Don't cry. Yi Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood and said to Komatsu with a smile. He had lived for more than 50,000 years and was used to seeing life and death in the mortal world one after another. When it came to him, it was nothing. Master, I don't want you to die. Komatsu wiped away his tears and sat cross-legged on the opposite side. He wanted to refine his own source to prolong Yi Fan's life. Yi Fan shook his head and stopped him. That's useless. What is useful? Master, you definitely know, right? Please tell me, I will definitely find a way to live for you, Komatsu asked hopefully. Don't be sad. It won't be that easy even if the heavens want to take me away, because I still don't want to die. Yi Fan forcefully gathered a breath of essence energy, and his divine flame didn't dissipate. Just as he said, he had to resist. Even if he had one last breath left, he wouldn't give in. He had to work hard to live another life, because he still had some things to do. The oath and promise from back then were still by his ears. He had to unfold a vast battle map of long life. Gotcha. However, Yi Fan was truly too old. He had exhausted all his immortal essence and his immortal foundation was covered in cracks, about to shatter at any moment. As for his body, it might directly be burned to ashes. He was at the edge of an extremely dangerous state. If he couldn't live another life, he would directly transform into the Tao, walking towards the end of his life. Who in the world could block a single strike from the undying Sky Emperor? How many people in the past could do so? And now, Yi Fan did it, dragging his declining body to fight for such a long time. This was simply a miracle. For several days in a row, Yi Fan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He didn't return to the celestial court and just sat there in the starry space, not moving at all. The outside world was already in an uproar. The Sky Emperor killed 7 ancient emperors in a single day. This was like a legend, who could compare? The most shocking thing was that the undying Sky Emperor who had disappeared for countless years reappeared, fighting against the Sky Emperor. This was the reappearance of an immortal war, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. After that, their blood began to boil. The curtains fell on the battle, but the world wasn't at peace. The emotions of all clans were complicated, especially the powerful clans that worshipped the undying Sky Emperor. There was a type of indescribable emotion that couldn't be explained. Meanwhile, even more people were calling out the Sky Emperor's name. Fighting to this step with his aged body, cutting off the flying immortal waterfall and forcing back the Sky Emperor, this was already the most glorious battle accomplishment that no one could compare to. The celestial court had long moved out. Endless celestial soldiers and generals were like dark clouds, surrounding this star domain to protect the Sky Emperor, waiting for his rebirth. Even though the outside world was saying that the Sky Emperor was in his later years, that he didn't have much time left, that he couldn't continue living anymore, the celestial soldiers and generals still weren't willing to accept this, believing that the Sky Emperor wouldn't leave this world. Only, everyone carried expressions of worry. Even though it was hard to accept the current situation, reality was right before their eyes. The Sky Emperor who intimidated the 9 heavens 10 earths, someone who couldn't be defeated, was really going to pass away in meditation. Komatsu moved the origin ancient mind that was exposed in this battle over. It was full of origin life stone, surging with life force. Yi Fan entered, borrowing this heaven-defying place to cultivate. For an entire half a month, Yi Fan's condition didn't change at all, maintaining that state of imminent death. Master was originally going to die, but his willpower was firm. He forcefully produced a bit of immortal essence, preserving his body in this world. Moreover, this origin ancient mind still has some use. I must think of a way to help Master reverse his fate. Komatsu was sad. After thinking for a while, he carried Yi Fan on his back and instantly tore through the void, disappearing from this world. No one knew where they went. On Earth, within the Kunlun Immortal Mountains, their figures appeared. Komatsu carried Yi Fan to the land of immortal ascension, the place where the green copper cauldron was nurtured. For an entire 10 years, they were cut off from the world. The outside world was spreading rumors that the Sky Emperor had died, ending his incomparably glorious and legendary life. What a pity, the Sky Emperor left this world just like that. What a pity. We weren't able to see his young body fight against the Sky Emperor at the peak. The undying Sky Emperor is truly terrifying. What method did he use to still live in his prime? Could it be that there is long life substance on the other side of the flying immortal waterfall? The Sky Emperor's strength is truly heaven-defying. What a pity for the Sky Emperor. In Kunlun, immortal energy surged. Flowing lights and vibrant colors filled the air, and dense mist lingered about. It was like an immortal realm. Komatsu activated this place with great magical power, causing the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks to spit out dragon saliva once again. It gathered towards the immortal ascension pond, causing immortal light to overflow and mist to fill the air. During these 10 years, Yi Fan sat in the immortal ascension pond without moving. The dragon saliva flowed over and nourished his body, preventing it from worsening. It temporarily preserved his state. If he wanted to truly survive, he still had to rely on himself. Everything in the outside world was useless because this time, he was walking the path of living another life. Relying on divine medicines to extend his life was already useless. During these 10 years, Komatsu thought of all kinds of methods. He even took out a small section of the flying immortal waterfall from Yi Fan's cauldron and studied this substance left behind on the path of long life. In the end, he didn't find a way to save his life. Instead, his cultivation increased imperceptibly. Another 3 years passed, and Komatsu brought Nan Nan to Kunlun. This time, the little girl slept for 3,000 years. She had just woken up, and seeing Yi Fan in this state, she immediately burst into tears. "Big brother, wake up." Yi Fan struggled to open his eyes and said, "Don't cry, Nan Nan. Big brother will be fine." The little girl continuously cried. Komatsu channeled all of her tears into the immortal ascension pond, but it was still ineffective. This was because Yi Fan was already the Sky Emperor. There was almost nothing in this world that could defy the heavens and change his fate. "Big brother, eat Nan Nan. You will definitely survive." The little girl actually said such words and kept on crying. The little girl, who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old, was begging the white-haired Sky Emperor, who was about to reach the end of his life, to eat her. It looked very strange, but it made everyone's heart grieve. Even Yi Fan's nose was a little sour. Waves rose in his heart. He helped her wipe away her tears and said, "Be good, Nan Nan. Don't think too much. Big brother doesn't want to die. Even the heavens can't take me away. Nan Nan doesn't want big brother to die." The little girl's eyes were misty as she said pitifully, "Don't worry, I will definitely survive," Yi Fan answered. In reality, the ruthless great emperor and the desolate ancient abyss had undergone a mysterious transformation, and it seriously affected the little girl. She didn't stay here for long before she fell asleep again. "Komatsu, take her away. Don't let anyone come close. I want to meditate for 10 years. Yi Fan's gaze suddenly became firm as he ordered. "Master." Komatsu's heart trembled. "Don't worry, I have more or less comprehended it. Although there is only a little bit of immortal essence in my body, it is enough. I can take that step through nirvana, Yi Fan said. He felt a little bit of immortal essence, and these 10 years of lingering on the edge of death allowed him to comprehend even more. To live a new life and ascend to nirvana, he had to build his foundation on these ruins. Komatsu left and took Nan Nan with him. After this day, Yi Fan wandered between life and death. He thought of the desperate situation of the white-robed divine king back then, recalled the symptoms of little can always forget the past, and thought about what he had learned when he personally explored Guansheng and the Golden Crow Arch. Time passed, and the placenta-like immortal ascension pond maintained Yi Fan's strange state of being immortal, buying him the most precious time. Not even 10 years had passed. 7 years later, this place overflowed with blood energy, piercing through the heavens and alarming all creatures in the universe. At this time, the outside world was saying that the Celestial Emperor had passed away in meditation and that he no longer existed in this world. But today, everyone was shaken. The boundless Tao were all wailing and bowing in submission. And the experts in the universe, no matter how far away they were, trembled and couldn't help but want to kowtow. Everyone looked in the same direction. No matter how far away they were, even if they crossed countless galaxies, they could still see the rushing fragments of time and saw a wondrous scene that shocked the ages. Boundless blood energy overflowed into the heavens. The Celestial Emperor reappeared and slowly stood up. Within the vigorous blood energy and powerful vitality, he was reborn and rose up once again. That was a young Celestial Emperor who was only about 20 years old. His black hair was like a waterfall that naturally draped over his sparkling body. He stood in the boundless sky and looked down on all living things. He had lived a third life and was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 18:11. The Celestial Emperor was reborn, his blood and energy like a sea. He rose up within the heaven overflowing scarlet multicolored light, towering above the 9 heavens, overlooking the boundless great earth, looking down on the human realm. This shocked the world. Everyone was in an uproar, and then they were indescribably shaken. This was too toppling. No one would have thought that the Celestial Emperor would live another life. It was truly a miracle. Everyone thought that he would pass away in meditation, unable to escape this disaster. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were unstoppable, yet he defied the heavens and performed such a magnificent feat. He was young and immeasurable, full of vitality, but he was also incomparably dignified. He walked out from that blue star, walking step by step into the depths of the cosmos, shocking everyone. The experts of the various races were all stupefied. Was this really a legend? Since ancient times, who could compare to the Celestial Emperor of 3 eras, all at the peak, never killing himself? Celestial Emperor. At this moment, a storm swept through the cosmos. Many saints shouted the 2 words Celestial Emperor, stirring up even more people, because this was just too astonishing. In the endless cosmos, the Celestial Emperor reigned supreme, unrivaled. He fought the Sovereign Emperor with his dying body, yet he didn't fall, living a third life. Who else could take him away? The 4 extremes of heaven and earth erupted, divine sounds resounding everywhere. Many people were stirred up, especially the endless people of the Celestial Court. They all went crazy, continuously shouting. Millions of troops roared, 100,000 divine generals roared, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, becoming a stormy sea. At this moment, the cosmos was in great turmoil. Yi Fan defied the heavens and returned, truly unmatched in style. He was so young that it made people sigh in admiration. His long black hair scattered down, like a deity, eternal and undying, his entire body releasing undying radiance. If I enter the immortal world in the future, I will definitely cut down the Sovereign Emperor along the way. This was the Celestial Emperor's soft words, as well as his vow. Even though the cosmos was boundless, Yi Fan already crossed countless galaxies with just a few steps, returning to the Celestial Court. Komatsu was so moved that hot tears flowed out. His master was finally fine. At this time, countless armies were waiting outside the Celestial Court, welcoming the legendary Celestial Emperor who didn't die for 50,000 years. Everyone was excited to the point of trembling. The celestial soldiers and generals stretched as far as the eye could see. Their metal armors were glistening, and the swords and spears in their hands were gleaming with cold light. This was an elite division, the king of hundreds of battles. Yi Fan retracted the heavenly emperor's aura. Otherwise, there weren't many people in this world who could endure it. His eyes swept over, and then his body released a gentle radiance. The auspicious light in the tens of thousands rushed towards everyone. At this moment, sonorous sounds rang out continuously. Everyone's armors and weapons released blazing radiance, and a few symbols appeared. Their levels all increased by a large amount. Everyone was horrified. What kind of matchless divine ability was this? It indiscriminately reversed everything, making all of the weapons evolve and sublimate. This was the blessing of the Heavenly Emperor, countless secret treasures appearing. Heavenly the Arch. Everyone shouted, shaking the starry sky. Yi Fan returned to the celestial court and sat on the cold throne, overlooking the vast world. He had finally lived the most crucial life, and his understanding of longevity had reached the frontier. That day, all of the powerful races in the cosmos came to pay their respects, to have an audience with the unmatched Heavenly Emperor. Mountain cries rang out continuously. This type of grand occasion continued for an entire month, and only then did it slowly calm down. The might of the celestial court reached its highest point in history. All of the races in the heavens came to pay their respects. Outside the celestial court, there were 3 grand temples. Immortal energy surged, and they became more and more spiritual. Yi Fan sat alone, conversing with them. It was because there were already 3 wills that were born here. Even though they weren't truly old friends and had great flaws, they still allowed him to see hope. The 3 sects had already been established, and they were extremely powerful in the starry sky. It was precisely because of the establishment of the sects that the 3 grand temples were able to continue collecting the power of faith. No one disturbed him. Everyone knew that this was the loneliness that belonged to the Heavenly Emperor alone. After traversing 50,000 years, who could he talk to? The Komatsu was sealed, and the celestial court recovered its peace. The Heavenly Emperor was matchless, his radiance illuminating the cosmos, not many people able to walk side by side with him throughout the endless ages. His might intimidated the cosmos, all in the world having to submit. However, this radiance belonged to a single person. He was resplendent and dazzling, towering above the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, the world lacked experts. After more than 50,000 years, the Heavenly Emperor existed for a long time. It was as if he seized all of the world's natural luck, the various clans unexpectedly unable to produce another matchless expert. Meanwhile, the world's environment changed greatly as well, no longer suitable for cultivation. Now, it reached its lowest point, suppressing all creatures, making everyone feel intimidated. This was a single person's glorious era, his brilliance dazzling the endless ages, incomparable. However, compared to him, the people of the world were too dim, far from the past. They lacked the powerful quasi-emperor. After more than 50,000 years, during this endless period of time, only 2 quasi-emperors appeared, and neither of them reached the 9 heavens. In this era, the Heavenly Emperor would inspect the various regions from time to time. The restricted regions were completely wiped out, Origin Ancient Mind becoming the Celestial Court's divine-level storage land. There were no more sources of disaster in this world. Time flowed like water, 20,000 years passing in the blink of an eye. However, the life of this era's Heavenly Emperor seemed to be especially long. Even at 20,000 years of age, his hair was still black like a waterfall, his blood energy exuberant. He relied on himself to live in this era, different from the masses, making him even more powerful. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy the entire space-time. That day, Yi Fan caught a strand of flowing light in a deathly still star domain. He revealed a look of shock. This was an imprint left behind by the Qilin Ancient Emperor, recording his experiences and insights on the path of immortality. He sat here for a long time, only getting up after 10 years. His gains weren't small. This was already the 4th type of imprint he obtained from the cosmos. There were other ancient supreme beings before him, each of them having their own wonders, all of them people who had stepped onto the path of immortality. The heavenly emperor was already more than 70,000 years old, yet he was still alive, suppressing the universe, known to be at the pinnacle of the world. Now, his dignity wasn't something many people could compare to. If it was mentioned, it would also be compared to the legendary heavenly emperor Huang, who no one knew existed. When he was 22,000 years old, Yi Fan's hair began to turn white. This year, when he revealed a star ruin, his expression changed. There were star fragments everywhere, and it was a dilapidated place. He turned into a ray of light and appeared on the spot, grabbing a star fragment with his hand. It sounded like picking up a flower, but in fact, it was a large continent that was captured. The root of the divine medicine. Yi Fan split this continent, picked up a medicine cauldron from an underground palace, opened the seal, and found a dry root that had lost its vitality and luster. Before the dark upheaval, the races of the Big Dipper fled to other places and entered the starry sky. This was the refuge of the ancient Chinese dynasty. Through the relics here, Yi Fan deduced the origin of this race. Unfortunately, the ancient Chinese dynasty that hid here was destroyed, leaving only a remnant. Only the current celestial sovereign could sense that there was a dry, strange root sealed in the medicine cauldron, and he had a great fate with this medicine. He had cut out a remnant in the northern divine city, sealed in the ice and snow source at that time. The root was light blue, but the medicinal part was missing, leaving only a tuber that looked like a human foot. Based on the situation at that time, it was a dead divine medicine with almost all of its divinity lost. No one could save it, so Yi Fan auctioned it. Unexpectedly, after 50,000 years, Yi Fan met it again. It was almost withered, and even the last bit of divinity had disappeared. Even with Celestial Sovereign's current status and state of mind, he sighed. It was really a pity. If he guessed correctly, this should be the human-shaped divine medicine that was once controlled by Di Zun. If Yi Fan had his current cultivation, he would definitely be able to save it, but now, it was completely withered and lost all vitality. It was rumored that since ancient times, a total of 30 immortal medicines had appeared, including those in the form of trees. Every one of them was unique, but now, half of them had disappeared. Could it be that another one was going to be lost? Yi Fan frowned. This one was definitely the most special one, because after it grew, it was in the form of a human. Yi Fan returned to the celestial court and lived in seclusion, beginning to study the immortal medicine. Since ancient times, some great emperors and ancient emperors had possessed immortal medicines and studied them to obtain the mysteries of longevity. In this life, Yi Fan had also studied the white tiger medicine, Tao comprehension tea, Bodhi tree, and so on. He obtained great results, but it couldn't be considered too shocking. This time, he planted the human-shaped divine medicine in Immortal Mountain, drawing in divine spring water in hopes of saving it. The celestial court definitely did not lack immortal medicines. The Qilan medicine, white tiger medicine, and so on matured once every 4,000 to 5,000 years. Yi Fan had already harvested them more than 10 times and stored them all. Meanwhile, the peach of immortality, Bodhi fruit, and rare divine fruits from the Tao comprehension tea tree had also been harvested many times. However, Yi Fan really wanted to save this unique human-shaped immortal medicine. That was why he used great methods, not even hesitating to refine a portion of the divine essence from the Qilan and white tiger he had already harvested to nourish this medicine. In the end, he even used his own life spring divine liquid to water the roots of the human-shaped precious medicine. 3,000 years later, a miracle happened. The withered roots gradually regained a bit of vitality. In the end, it flowed with specks of luster and released vitality. Yi Fan's eyes didn't blink at all as he stared at this medicine. The light in Celestial Emperor's eyes was intimidating. He was carefully observing every detail of this rebirth, seeing through this medicine's regeneration process. Without a doubt, this held great significance for him. It could even be said that the effects were extremely far-reaching and immeasurable. In this world, only the undying medicine could live forever. Watching it wither and grow, reproducing vitality from an almost dead state, was the same as grasping the path of immortality. Specks of multicolored splendor flickered. After another 1,000 years of time, the withered roots came back to life, once again flourishing with vitality. It first became a faint blue color, then a scarlet multicolored light, and then a golden color. In the end, it gathered 9 colors, becoming extremely dazzling. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan's hair had long turned white. It was because he was already 26,000 years old, but his blood energy was more vigorous than in his previous 2 lives. His age didn't show any signs of decline. However, he still didn't get up, sitting in front of this medicine. Year after year, day after day, he watched as it sprouted. Time flew by, and another 4,000 years passed. This medicine's tender shoot gradually grew into a foot-tall little person. It didn't have any leaves, and its entire body flowed with radiance. It was incomparably brilliant, and its fragrance pervaded the entire undying mountain, shocking the celestial court. At this time, Yi Fan was already a full 30,000 years old, finally reaching the end of this era. However, his state of mind was peaceful, because his harvest was too great. This medicine can be a grass or a tree, all of them humanoid, extremely miraculous. Yi Fan said softly. Right now, it was a humanoid medicine. Back then, he had also seen its humanoid tree form in the ruins of the celestial court. All types of rumors had long appeared in the outside world. This era's celestial emperor lived for 30,000 years, existing in this world for more than 82,000 years. It was just too shocking. Everyone speculated that he should have finally reached the end. However, half a year later, the celestial court's undying mountain overflowed with blood energy. Celestial Emperor's divine might was matchless, his aura devouring the 8 desolates of the cosmos. Powerful life force engulfed and stirred up the cosmos. This time, Yi Fan watched the process of the humanoid immortal medicine's reversal from death to life. He was greatly moved, comprehending unmatched true meanings, living a 4th life. Celestial Emperor, he lived another life. Everyone felt their mouths go dry, simply unable to comprehend all of this. If those people from back then lived until now, they would definitely be numb to this, because this wasn't the first time Celestial Emperor did this, he did it several times in succession. However, the people of this world had never experienced it before, only knowing a number. They were naturally shocked until they trembled, stupefied. 4th life. Could it be that Celestial Emperor is truly going to exist forever with the world? The cosmos was restless. Everyone trembled from the depths of their souls. Chapter 1812. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, Celestial Emperor's 100,000th year had passed. Yi Fan was a legend. Not only was he invincible, he was also able to live for so long at his peak state, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. And now, the world was counting the years he had lived, and finally, it had reached the 100,000th year. Meanwhile, he had lived for 18,000 years in his 4th life. The 100,000th year was a legendary era for Celestial Emperor himself. He had become a living legend. And from the start of this year, the world began to change. Essence energy gradually increased, and the Great Tao was no longer suppressed. The various regions once again became suitable for cultivation. Everyone cheered in excitement because only 4 quasi-emperors had appeared in the last 100,000th year. This made people feel helpless. When the 100,000th year arrived, Yi Fan disappeared from the world. People guessed that he had used a heaven-defying method to push the myriad Tao, causing the universe to once again flourish with vitality. Time flowed like a shuttle. Celestial Emperor's 110,000 year arrived, and there was no trace of Yi Fan for a whole 10,000 years. At this point, everyone became nervous. Because in his 4th life, Celestial Emperor was approaching the 30,000th year mark. Everyone was waiting to see if he could live a 5th life. Time passed, and in the 112,000 year of Celestial Emperor's calendar, Yi Fan did not appear. According to common sense, his 4th life's lifespan should have come to an end. However, Celestial Emperor was not an ordinary person and could not be judged with common sense. People felt that perhaps he could live for another few thousand years, and perhaps he would reappear. But 10,000 years passed like this, and Celestial Emperor still did not appear. At this point, the people of this era all sighed. The glory had finally come to an end. Many people felt it was regretful that they could not see Celestial Emperor in this era. Such a great existence had finally reached the end of his life. It made people feel sad. Of course, there were also many people who rejoiced that the Supreme Mountain had finally been moved away. From now on, a new era would begin, and the glory that belonged to them would begin. In this era, the environment of the world had changed greatly. Essence energy flowed everywhere, and it was extremely suitable for cultivation. Heroes came forth in large numbers, and a golden age had actually reappeared. In fact, ever since the 100,000th year of Celestial Emperor's calendar, the universe had begun to change, and now, it had reached a peak. Heroes came forth in large numbers, and heaven-warping geniuses appeared one after another. Is this reincarnation? After 120,000 years, another great era has come. Everyone's emotions were complicated. They were deeply moved by the passing of the Celestial Emperor, but they were also looking forward to the arrival of this resplendent golden age. The ancient starry sky path had long since flourished. One after another, young geniuses set foot on the journey and began a great struggle for supremacy. Geniuses appeared, groups of stars flickered. As time flowed on, everyone felt a type of exuberant life force, as well as a sign that a new emperor was about to emerge. Everyone was looking forward to it. This world's quasi-emperor had long produced who knew how many, truly flourishing. Boom! It was already year 125,000 in the heavenly emperor calendar. A certain star exploded, blood energy overflowing into the heavens, shocking the entire universe. All of the supreme experts were stupefied. Heavens, what a powerful aura! This is the energy fluctuation of a great emperor. Could someone have become a great emperor? Every part of the universe trembled. This kind of aura was horrifying. Could it be the Celestial Emperor? He lived a fifth era. No, it isn't as powerful as the Celestial Emperor's aura. No one could compare to him in the last 120,000 years. In the distant cosmos, a demon-like figure walked out from the shattered stars. His gaze was like lightning as it tore through the darkness of the cosmos, ending the seal that had lasted for more than 100,000 years. His figure was majestic and tall, standing arrogantly. Emperor. This was exactly the same as the person on the proud son of heaven's portrait that had been passed down during the Golden Great Era. It was rumored that he had sealed himself back then, so it should be him who had reappeared in this world. In the past, Yi Fan reigned supreme under the heavens, becoming an emperor alone, suppressing all of the heroes from the various eras, becoming a legend. Meanwhile, back then, there were just too many stunning figures, for example, Great Yin Body, Huang Su Dao, Zhang Bairen, Hua Qilin, Tai Chu, Southern Yao, Central Emperor, and others, too many to count. They weren't people of the same era, yet they were sealed in this era. It could only be said to be a tragedy. All of them were kings among men, yet in the end, they still had to compete, and only one would emerge victorious. Even though in the end, only Yi Fan became an emperor, no one could deny that these people were all geniuses. If they were placed in other eras, they would definitely look down on the world, able to suppress those of the same era. As a result, someone drew out a proud son of heaven's portrait, drawing everyone on it, and then it was passed down to later generations. The emperor reappeared in this world, casting a shadow over many people's hearts. Back then, he achieved the Tao in a different way, so who could face him now? This time, even the quasi-emperor and geniuses likely couldn't stop his footsteps. Hong. Soon after, another desolate star exploded. Another type of supreme being level fluctuation appeared. Someone emerged. When this person walked into the starry sky ancient path, appearing before everyone's eyes, everyone trembled. He was Tai Chu, as well as one of the prides of heaven back then. Everyone became stupefied, and then they immediately understood. The supreme expert of the past chose to seal himself, avoiding the Celestial Emperor. Back then, they all had regrets, because they couldn't reach the peak of their lives. Now, that regret finally reappeared. Hong. Another star exploded, and another person appeared. In the following 100 years, Fire Unicorn, Zhang Bairen, Divine Silkworm Daoist, white-haired sword god, Huang Su Dao, golden cicada, and a group of ancient people appeared, shocking the great cosmos. Groups of stars flickered, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. The most powerful group of people from the Golden Age all returned, making this era seem extraordinary. Then, groups of people appeared. Apart from the celestial emperor missing, most of the prides of heaven reappeared in this world. In this world, everyone trembled. What kind of grand occasion was this? They actually replicated the glory of the past. Were they going to recreate a great era where heroes fought for supremacy? We've already missed each other for many years. There should be a confrontation between us to decide who is stronger and who is weaker. I am looking forward to it. Zhang Bairen towered under the starry sky, his expression calm, ordinary, and ordinary. He had an ordinary body. On the other side, there was a tall figure standing alone, the radiance in his eyes intimidating. He said, "You're right, someone who achieved the Tao in a different way. If you want to truly become an emperor, you can only fight intensely, fight against all the supreme experts, and only then can you take that step." Hong. The most intense great battle erupted, startling the great cosmos, drawing the attention of countless experts. "Emperor, you really are the disciple of an imperial sovereign. No wonder you are so heaven-defying," Zhang Bairen said with a sigh. "From the legendary era until now, I have never heard of someone like you. You are definitely an outstanding individual from the chaotic ancient era, sealed into the future," the emperor said. When these two spoke, the world was greatly shaken. No one would have thought that they would have such heaven-defying identities. They simply couldn't believe everything. Soon after, the absolute beginning appeared. He watched the two fight, never expecting those two to rush over. While fighting against each other, they also attacked him. The immortal core produced by Origin Ancient Mine, originally destined to become an imperial Tao supreme being. Unfortunately, it was discovered by the archaic emperor too early, and the ancient mine was seized, turning into a restricted region. Meanwhile, you can be considered heaven-defying, actually successfully escaping. The emperor spoke of the absolute beginning's origins. This was like a bolt of lightning that shook the world. This was a glorious era, almost replicating the past. Experts from all walks of life emerged, the great era contending for hegemony. Several decades later, those who fought against Yi Fan in the same era as him, as long as they were still alive, most of them would reappear. It wasn't easy to see familiar people in this great era. This battle lasted for many years, extremely glorious. The people of this era truly experienced just how glorious the celestial emperor contended for hegemony was. So many heavenly geniuses, achievements, and natural luck gathered in this era. It was simply a miracle, inconceivable. They are the most outstanding individuals from different eras since the ancient times. This type of brilliance isn't strange at all. There were old saints who advised their disciples not to be discouraged, not to feel inferior. There was a reason why those people were powerful. As the most powerful geniuses of a certain era, it was only right for them to be like this. Meanwhile, it was precisely because of this that everyone sensed the unmatched power of the celestial emperor. He could actually rise up in that era, his power suppressing the stars. Just how powerful was his fighting strength? No wonder he became a living legend. 100 years of intense battle, a confrontation at the peak, dragons and tigers contending for hegemony. The entire world was shocked. Everyone's blood boiled as they witnessed such a grand battle. They were all overwhelmed with emotions. In the end, the flames of war spread to the celestial court. After many years, many heavenly geniuses gathered together, their battle intent overflowing into the heavens. Why doesn't the extreme Yang physique come out to fight? Where is the great perfection Yang Shi? Sacred Prince, please come out for a chat. Zhang Bairen, the absolute beginning, the emperor, Huang Shudao, the golden cicada, the fire Qilin, the divine silkworm Taoist, and the others all arrived. Some people indeed wanted to see an old friend and reminisce about old times, while others truly wanted to fight. The world shook, and all corners of the universe were alarmed. The glorious celestial court that had been at the peak for 120,000 years finally encountered a crisis, welcoming its greatest challenge. If it didn't handle it well, it might very well encounter a great calamity. As expected, there was no immortal inheritance, nor was there a glorious great sect that would never fall. Komatsu was awakened. He was the person responsible for guarding the celestial court. As long as there was a shocking change, the divine lamps in front of him would wake him up. The second disciple of the celestial arch, Komatsu, had come out. His temperament was ethereal and close to that of an immortal, which made people sigh in admiration. When he arrived outside the central heavenly palace, he immediately saw a group of people who had passed through the southern heavenly gate. The celestial soldiers and generals couldn't stop them at all. With a wave of their hands, a group of people would be sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Fortunately, they didn't have any killing intent, or else blood would flow like a river. Komatsu sighed. He knew that he couldn't deal with so many people alone. Some people had come to reminisce about old times, while others had come to challenge him. Crack! He crushed an ancient talisman, and two beams of divine light shot up from the depths of the celestial court. Then, two figures descended from the sky and quickly rushed over. Komatsu directly awakened the two people. They were actually the head disciple of the celestial arch, Yi Tong, and the extreme en physique Jiang Tingting. Everyone was shocked. The rumors in the outside world were true. Celestial arch didn't just seal a few people. How lively! Someone in the cosmos sighed. Someone walked over from outside the southern heavenly gate, and everyone was shocked. It was the stunning Dao Yi from back then. Then, another two figures appeared. It was the southern demon siblings, and they also entered the celestial court. If it wasn't for the arrival of Dao Yi and the southern demon, Komatsu and Yi Tong's group would seem very weak. To the celestial court, weak was a joke in the past, but it was true now. Because the most powerful group of people since ancient times had come to visit at the same time. We're not going to war. We're just reminiscing about old times. Don't be nervous. Someone laughed. But who could relax? If the conversation didn't go well, it might lead to a bloody battle. Oh, there are still people in the celestial court who haven't come into the world. Old friends have come, could it be that you're still putting on airs and aren't willing to see us? Someone sneered. At this time, the celestial soldiers and generals that had been swept away for hundreds of thousands of miles began to shine. They all mysteriously landed in the celestial court. At the same time, a wave of auspicious aura appeared, and these people's injuries were all healed. Who is it? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by a primordial beast. In the starry sky, an imposing figure walked over. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and it was difficult to determine his age. His eyes were deep, and he was calm and composed. He directly entered the southern heavenly gate and appeared in front of everyone. Celestial Emperor? Yi Fan? These were two different names. Everyone was stunned and indescribably shocked. The celestial soldiers and generals were convinced that this person was exactly the same as the celestial emperor in the portrait. After a short period of silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted, shaking the great universe. You. How many times have you lived? 4 times. What? Impossible. No one could believe it. Not long after, the universe shook. The celestial emperor had reappeared. This news spread to every region, and everyone was dumbfounded. Celestial Emperor. A tsunami-like voice rang out in every region. Many experts were shouting. Everyone knew that the heroes on the proud son of heaven's portrait were done for. Perhaps it could be said that they were destined to become gloomy again because the celestial emperor had reappeared. Chapter 1813. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would still be alive after living for more than 40,000 years? His figure was imposing, and his eyes were deep and awe-inspiring. This was another miracle. The heroes recorded on the roll of geniuses were all petrified and extremely bitter. What kind of monster was this? They had been sealed for more than 100,000 years and never thought that they would see him again when they came out into the world. At this moment, they all felt like the golden crow the arch back then. They really wanted to curse. F***ck, how are you still alive? Even though some people's mental states were transcendent, their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten a dead child. Was there still justice in this world? They had once fought for hegemony in the same era. After so many years, this person actually existed with the world and was still the celestial arch. Everyone, how have you been? I've been dreaming for 100,000 years. Now that we meet again, I miss all of you very much. Yi Fan smiled. All the geniuses were speechless. Master Komatsu, Yi Tong, and the others were very excited. They quickly walked over and paid their respects. As for the people of the celestial court, they kept shouting. The two words, celestial arch, resounded throughout the universe. All the heavens and realms were roaring, causing the blood of the cultivators in the world to surge. They were extremely excited. The celestial arch had once again created a miracle. He kept breaking the limits of the human body. Prepare a banquet. Today, I will drink with all my old friends and talk about the past. No one will leave until they are drunk, Yi Fan instructed. This was naturally a grand event. After more than 100,000 years, the strongest heroes of the universe from different eras had gathered again. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause earth-shattering waves. News of the Celestial Court's grand event spread to the outside world. All the old patriarchs of the various races rushed over to have an audience with the Celestial Arch, calling him immortal. The Fire Qilin, the Emperor, and the Great Beginning all had mixed feelings. This was a grand occasion, but to them, it was very astringent. Even the wine in their cups tasted bitter. Celestial Arch, you've cut off everyone's path. You've lived for 125,000 years. How can you let others become thearchs? From now on, there will only be one Celestial Arch in this world. Fire Qilin sighed after drinking and said what many people were thinking. Buddha is merciful. Golden Cicada also sighed. Time was merciless. These people were no longer young. Now that they had been reborn and were invited to the Celestial Court's banquet by the Celestial Arch, they wanted to cry but had no tears. I am not blocking the path of the later generations. In the past 100,000 years, the world has withered. Not a single person has reached the 9th heaven of Quasi-Emperor. How can one even talk about becoming an emperor? The Celestial Arch, someone said. Everyone, can you feel the suppression of the Emperor's Tao laws? If there was, why would you have appeared? Yi Fan said. With a flash of brilliance, a phoenix blood scarlet gold cauldron, a celestial tears green gold cauldron, and a myriad chi cauldron appeared at the same time, pressing down on his head and left and right respectively. Celestial light flowed, looking extremely mysterious and extraordinary. I use Celestial Thearcha's forbidden method to seal my Tao within my body. I used the 3 cauldrons to suppress myself, not affecting the mortal realm. Yi Fan said honestly. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? They believed that Yi Fan wouldn't kill himself, but he could seal his Tao and not affect the world. This was definitely extremely difficult. Brother Yi is truly a peerless hero. Hua Qilin's style was unmatched. He was different from his brother's melancholy. He was always optimistic, and his smile could topple cities. On the other side, Nan Yao's black hair had a strand of white hair. He raised his cup towards Yi Fan and drank it in one gulp. Beside him, Qi Huashui's white hair and beautiful face were a bit absent-minded. She sighed at the passage of time and how difficult it was to stay young forever. Come. Everyone, let us drink together. Then, I want to discuss immortality with all of you. I hope that one day, we can step into the celestial domain together. Yi Fan stood up. His voice shook the entire celestial court. Everyone was shaken, revealing looks of disbelief. Celestial Arch was indeed bold. He didn't even consider himself alone when it came to becoming an immortal. With my strength, I could have broken through another strange space long ago. I might have met the undying heavenly emperor and great emperor Wuxia there. However, it isn't the celestial domain after all. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. If you want to become an immortal, you still have to work hard. Everyone has to wait. And if you want to become an immortal first, you can do as you please. Yi Fan talked about the path to immortality and revealed many secrets. He didn't care about them forcing their way into the celestial court. Everyone knew that Celestial the Arch was already invincible. Even if they became emperors, they wouldn't be his opponent and would still be treated like this. The banquet in the celestial court ended. Everyone left. From then on, Yi Fan oversaw the celestial court. He accepted an audience with experts from all over. The people of the celestial court kept rushing over. They were all fortunate enough to see the unparalleled Celestial the Arch in their hearts. More than 10 years later, a loud and clear cry resounded in the celestial court. Primal chaos chi spread and submerged the entire palace, causing a wave of exclamations. "Master, my child has been born." Yi Tong ran over, trembling with excitement. Because he, Komatsu, and Jiang Tingting didn't immediately seal themselves after seeing their master. Instead, they often served him. Because if they were to separate again, they really didn't know if they would ever meet again. The primal chaos body has become my disciple's son. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that he was so happy. It was a white and tender little baby surrounded by primal chaos chi. As soon as it was born, it ran all over the house. It could call out to its parents with a childish voice and swallow essence chi from all over. The universe shook violently. The true primal chaos body had actually been born. It had been passed down for so many years. Every time it appeared, it wasn't truly flawless. This world was truly heaven-defying. Not long after, Zhang Bairen, the emperor, Tai Chu, Golden Cicada, Daoist Divine Silkworm, and the others all came to take a look. They wanted to see how heaven-defying this bloodline that could contend against the celestial being before achieving the Tao was. The universe was shaken. Heroes from all over rushed to the celestial court to take a look. The celestial court was peaceful. Orchids and orchids were everywhere. The fragrance of immortals floated in the air. Ancient medicines grew all over the stone cliffs. The pure white mist didn't reach people's knees. Auspicious beasts roamed about and auspicious birds danced in the air. Precious light from the central heavenly palace rushed into the heavens, making many people tremble. That was the celestial emperor laughing heartily. In his hands was a pink and tender little baby. Grandpa. The little baby girl was extremely intelligent. Not long after she was born, she understood everything. She used her little hands to caress Yi Fan's cheeks while giggling. Let's just call her Yi Xian. Yi Fan gave her this name at the request of the child's parents. I hope she can follow behind the celestial emperor and ascend to immortality together. Many people said. It was unknown just how many people came to have an audience. After entering the central heavenly palace, the emperor, Fire Qilin, Tai Chu, and the others were all shaken. After observing, they confirmed that this was indeed the true primal chaos body. Since the era of legends, this was the only primal chaos body. The ones that appeared in the past were all fake and not true bloodlines. Great Yin body and Great Yang body have been rarely seen since ancient times, let alone meeting in the same world. Meanwhile, the parents of the primal chaos body must have this type of constitution. No wonder it has rarely appeared since the ancient times. Everyone sighed in admiration. When the primal chaos body was born, it swallowed the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars when she was an infant. Everyone knew that this world belonged to her. This caused Tai Chu, the emperor, and the others to become silent. With this kind of bloodline, even if someone became an emperor first, she could continuously break through and finally become a primal emperor. Outside the main hall, a little fellow stuck his head in and looked around. He scratched his ears and cheeks, wanting to enter but not daring to. "You naughty little thing, why did you sneak out again?" On the throne, Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little monkey ran out again. He didn't know how many times this was. Just Yi Fan alone had personally sealed it several times. It was said that when the Celestial Emperor wasn't around, he had even woken up the Komatsu to capture it. "Uncle Yi, I missed you." The little sacred ape looked like he was 4 or 5 years old. His golden hair was brilliant, and his large eyes were rolling around. He was extremely quick-witted. Within the central heavenly palace, Zhang Bairen, Hualin, and Golden Cicada were all amazed. The celestial court was truly filled with talents. It was too terrifying. This little monkey's bloodline was rarely seen in the world. He has all the advantages of the sacred prince and the six-eared macaque. How heaven-defying. Seeing the little monkey, everyone was disappointed. They felt that their youth had truly passed. "Little sister, let big brother hug you." The little monkey ran over to curry favor. "Don't be so clumsy. Don't drop Yi Xian." Yi Fan nodded his head. Suddenly, he looked towards the door because there were 2 more little things there. They were sneakily peeking inside. "You guys are really promising. You all ran out." Yi Fan shook his head. I, Emperor Yufeng, have returned. I'm invincible and as lonely as snow. I heard that a primal chaos body appeared, so I specially came to take a look." The divine child walked over boldly. He still looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, fair and chubby. Everyone in the celestial court was speechless. This narcissistic little fatty had actually appeared. He must have been summoned by that troublemaker, the little monkey. Unfortunately, Li Tian wasn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely give this melons but a few slaps. All of the guests were shocked because the little fatty was too heaven-defying. He was so small, yet he was actually a saint. One of the people's expressions changed. It was Di Zun's unknown disciple, the emperor. He already knew about the divine child's past and present lives. In the end, he sighed and didn't say anything. Another little thing also appeared. Its entire body was golden, and it flew over like a reptile. However, it seemed drunk as it swayed. It was precisely the little silkworm that had lived a second life. It was very special. After living this life, it was as if it had been reborn. It forgot everything, just like a newborn baby. When Daoist divine silkworm saw this, he was greatly shaken. He thought of his father's words from back then. He still had an uncle. That divine silkworm encountered a huge problem during cultivation and disappeared later on. After the little silkworm underwent rebirth, the aura of its source spread out, causing Daoist divine silkworm's mind to tremble. Could this be that lost uncle? If it was him, then this definitely wasn't his second life. According to his father, that uncle was on the verge of death from cultivation and underwent rebirth before disappearing. Now, he has lived another life. After undergoing rebirth, he has revealed the aura of the source from back then. He might really be my uncle. Daoist divine silkworm was greatly shaken. Not long after, the divine child, the little monkey, Yi Xian, and the little silkworm actually began to wrestle in the heavenly palace. Of course, they didn't use any magic power. I am the supreme of the world. I, great Emperor Yufeng, am destined to be defeated alone. *T, this emperor hasn't said anything yet. What are you showing off for, you damn fatty? The little sacred ape wasn't willing to be outdone. On the other side, the little baby girl, Yi Xian, treated the little silkworm like a toy. She pulled and pulled at it, causing the little silkworm to protest. Golden light surged. When everyone saw this, they all sighed and got up to leave. There were still people like Komatsu and Yitong in the celestial court, and now there were 4 such monsters. Was there still justice in the world? Even though it was a golden age, every guest felt cold all over. The Gauchan Star was an ancient mountain range that stretched on like an azure dragon. It wasn't very tall, and ordinary people couldn't see anything. However, if a Yuan Taoist master came here, he would definitely tremble in fear. This was a heaven-defying geographical arrangement, and it had the power of flying dragons and immortals. It could be said that those who truly understood would sigh at a glance. This mountain range spanned across the past, present, and future, and seized the good fortune. But since ancient times, how many people could see through it? At this time, inside the mountain range, a fatty woke up in an ancient coffin. He sat up with a blank expression and touched a divine crystal. Immediately, boundless memories surged forth. This was a strange divine crystal. After looking at it, he only wanted to understand his past life. For this life, he had to cut off everything within 2 hours. It's been more than 125,000 years. Another universe. I've seen all my friends die again and again. This poor Taoist is almost numb, the fatty said to himself. He slowly climbed up from the ground, broke through the layer of soil, and appeared on the mountain range. However, as soon as he came out, he staggered in shock because there was already a person sitting at the exit. His gray hair was loose, and his eyes were deep. Ghost. The fatty let out a tragic cry and said, "I really didn't have time to dig your grave. Don't turn into a ghost to block this poor Taoist." Chapter 18:14. The gray-haired man smiled. His snow-white teeth flashed with luster, and his eyes were deep. "I'm still alive. Who are you lying to? It's been more than 125,000 years and you're still alive. Don't tell me the Emperor's corpse is psychic, or are you fake to begin with?" The fatty shouted and quickly retreated. However, his spirit sense was sharp and soon sensed a familiar aura. He was dumbfounded and said with a trembling voice, "You. Don't tell me you're really Yifan." "It's me." Celestial Emperor nodded. He was still sitting at the entrance of the tomb and looked at him quietly. "Scaring people to death. Do you know that this is how you do things?" "Oh right, how did you survive?" Of course, he was Duanda. At this moment, his mind was in a mess and his mouth was dry. He couldn't accept this fact. "I lived one life after another. This is the later years of my 4th life," Yifan said. Duanda's eyes almost popped out. He stared at him as if he was looking at a monster and said, "Damn you, did I really let you defy the heavens? I've only accumulated 5 reincarnation seals so far. Although my speed has increased in this life, I'm still far from the theoretical deduction of 9 reincarnation seals to become an immortal. I can't believe you've reached this step." Yifan heard this and was greatly moved. He stared at Duanda and looked at the 5 pure white seals in his body. He suddenly felt that there were endless mysteries. Duanda had a guilty conscience and hurriedly retreated. However, as Celestial Emperor, Yifan could naturally see through all the great secrets. A short stare was a great harvest. "Sigh, I won't be able to dig up your Celestial Emperor's tomb in this life. Let me help you speculate. Although you said you're already in your later years, why do I feel that you can still live for more than 10,000 years? You're most likely going to die after me in this life. This poor Taoist is very unhappy." Duanda rolled his eyes and stared at him indignantly. In this life, Yifan might send him off again and see him enter the burial ground first. It really made him feel strange. After so many years, Duanda was used to seeing life and death. Generation after generation of friends and relatives left him, and he was always the one to send them off. He never thought that he would meet a pervert who would stare at him and die first. "I don't have much time. Within 2 hours, I will sever everything, only leaving behind a mysterious technique to protect my body," said Duanda. He was truly reborn. When they met again, it would be the end of the road, and they would no longer be acquainted. "I'll wait for you to complete the 9 seals of samsara." Yifan nodded, and then he smiled, saying, "Or perhaps when you're in your later years, I'll come to see you off, infuse your memory divine crystal with everything from your last life. You really are a freak. I don't believe that I'll still be able to see you the next time I open my eyes." Duanda turned around and left in a rather carefree and straightforward manner. Just like that, he vanished into the world of mortals. Yi Fan watched him leave into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Since ancient times, how many outstanding people had stepped onto the path of heaven in search of immortality, advancing wave after wave without any complaints or regrets. Yet today, not a single person succeeded, and most of them died along the way. Even someone as powerful as him was still fumbling around, and he hadn't truly become immortal. He had only walked a little further on this path. However, it was precisely this group of people with no regrets that made the path of immortality brilliant and colorful. The venerable emperor was renowned throughout the ages of legends. The heavenly emperor reigned supreme among the 10,000 ancient races. The ruthless people shocked both ancient and modern times. The great emperor Wuxia swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was even someone with great perseverance like Duanda, who went through tribulation with his body again and again. He wanted to live 9 different lives, and create a true cycle of reincarnation. Some of them died, some met a tragic end, some were still persistent, and some were still on the path. They bloomed with the most resplendent light, and played a sonorous battle song on this path. Yi Fan returned to the celestial court, and he sealed Yi Tong, Komatsu, Jiang Tingting, and the others. He only left the primal chaos baby behind, and he was going to personally teach her for a few years. Just like that, 4 years passed. Even someone as powerful as the celestial emperor couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of exceptional physique was innately suited for cultivation, and any method could be carried forward in her hands. Grandmaster, can I be as strong as you in the future? Little Yi Xian blinked her big eyes and asked. You can become an emperor, and you should be invincible in this lifetime. However, you need to know that there are always people better than you out there, and there are always people better than you out there. So far, the Grandmaster doesn't dare to say that his combat ability is the best since ancient times. Your bloodline may give you an advantage, but it doesn't represent your final achievements, Yi Fan warned. The little girl nodded and cultivated very seriously. After another half a year, Yi Fan sealed her. This was not the time for her to shine, and her glory was destined to come in one of the future generations, because the celestial emperor had a premonition of something. After these few years of getting along with the little girl, Yi Fan had also gained a lot from teaching her Tao techniques, and he truly understood the mystery of the chaotic body. Is it really like what the people say? Only the innate saint body and Tao embryo can be compared to it, he said softly as he looked into the horizon. Other than this, there might also be the stone egg under the undying heaven blade. It was very mysterious, and it had yet to appear. If the venerable emperor had an heir, it was destined to be unpredictable. At the thought of this, Yi Fan smiled again. This silly child Shenhua was definitely a heaven-defying one. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Fan's mind shook violently. He then calmed his mind and deduced, and he sighed, a similar flower has finally appeared. Is this messing up my Tao heart and denying my path? He had already deduced it, but it would take some time to actually find it. On Gaochen Ancient Star, an old man with sparse hair walked in the mortal world. He saw Duanda at first glance, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He then chased after him and said, Tao friend, please wait. Duanda staggered and somersaulted. He gnawed on the soil and got up, saying, damn my bad luck, I can't even walk and fall. Now, he had long forgotten the past and only remembered the present, but there was always a thought in his head that reminded him to find something. You really are Tao Master Duan? The old man's eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. You were the one who tripped me just now? Duanda frowned. Tao friend, please calm down. Peace is the most important thing in all things. The old man smiled and shook his big head. He moved forward and wanted Duanda to recognize him. Why does it sound so familiar to me? It seems like I've heard it in more than one lifetime. Duanda shuddered, then he tore apart the void and disappeared from this place. Emperor-level physical body, but he lost his memory. Did he succeed in another lifetime? I think this immortal physical body will be cut off by itself soon, the old man muttered to himself. He was the god of misfortune, great sage Hunshuo. Back then, he had sealed himself before his lifespan ended. Not long after, great sage Hunshuo went to the celestial court and asked to see the celestial emperor. After he reported his name, to his surprise, even though many lifetimes had passed, there was still someone who recognized him. "You are the legendary god of misfortune? Dao friend, you flatter me. But why do you remember me?" "I'm not flattering you, I'm just scared. I've seen the ancient book about the celestial emperor's struggle for hegemony in the Great Era. There's a portrait of you inside. It's really the same. You can't be a real person, right? It's me." As soon as he said this, there was a vacuum in front of the southern heavenly gate. A group of people stepped back and shouted, "Don't come over. Wait here, we'll go and report for you." When Yifan saw Hunshuo again, he was a little speechless. This god of misfortune actually survived, but he was really unreasonably old. "Dao friend, thank you for giving me the dragon chimera back then. It allowed me to live for another 800 years, Hunshuo said. Yifan nodded and invited him to sit. Regarding the dragon chimera, it was merely something he exchanged with the other party's descendants in the stone square when he was weak. "Dao friend, I'm here to deliver a letter to you. I've seen two people, both old acquaintances, but they don't recognize me anymore. They've lost their memories." Hunshuo mentioned Duanda and then another person. It turned out to be in Miaoi. "It's really her. A similar flower has appeared." Yifan sighed. In the end, he activated old Hunshuo's blood and meridians, using Celestial Emperor's forbidden method to prolong his life for 2,000 years. He was going to send him away. "Can I stay? I can even guard the southern heavenly gate." Hunshuo hoped that one day, Yifan could seal him in the celestial court to show his loyalty. In the end, there was a divine general with sparse hair in front of the southern heavenly gate, causing all the celestial soldiers to feel goosebumps. It was still the Big Dipper. In the same divine city, a young girl in clothes as white as snow was strolling. As soon as she entered the city, she alarmed a few ancient sections. This young girl is very similar to a person on the portrait of the proud son of heaven. It's an Miaoi. But that's not right. She should have died a long time ago. The young girl was mischievous. She giggled and said, "I'm from the western desert." When Yifan descended and found her, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. They had the same appearance, just a little more immature, but their primordial spirits were completely different. Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is here. At this moment, the divine city was shaken. People rushed over in a frenzy, causing a huge wave. "Yeah, you're Celestial Emperor. Can you accept me as a disciple?" The young girl asked innocently. She was much more immature and pure than in Miaoi back then. She was now 16 or 17 years old. "I can." Yifan nodded. He only said this. He knew that he would never see the real Miaoi again. She could never appear in this world again. After more than 100,000 years, a similar flower finally appeared, but her primordial spirit was completely different. It seemed like Miaoi was only comforting him back then, telling him not to be sad. When he thought of this, Celestial Emperor felt great pain in his heart. Even though his current battle prowess was heaven-defying and could look down on all experts since ancient times, he still felt a wave of powerlessness. "Why do I feel so familiar when I'm with Celestial Emperor? It's as if it happened yesterday." The young girl muttered in a low voice. Yifan was startled. He didn't say anything else and brought her back to the celestial court. After carefully observing her primordial spirit, he began to personally teach her great techniques from that day onwards. The young girl's name was Ko Xiao Xiao. Her personality was lively, pure, and didn't have any schemes. Compared to the Miaoi of the past, the difference in personality was too great. Yifan earnestly taught her great techniques, fulfilling the promise he made to another person in the past. He protected her, allowing her strength to advance by leaps and bounds. As for feelings, he only saw Ko Xiao Xiao as a disciple, a daughter. It was because she was completely different from the person of the past. Looking at her brilliant smile, Yifan was in a trance. Glistening tears welled up in his eyes. In the end, he could only sigh. This was the first time Celestial Emperor had been so dejected in the past 100,000 years. Afterwards, his gaze became deep, and there were no other fluctuations in his emotions. When he looked back, the white-clothed woman in the divine city seemed to still be there, but she wasn't the person in front of him. There was only sadness that quietly flowed through the years. In the end, Yi Fan gave a rare treasure to Ko Xiao. It was a strange item he cut out in the northern divine city in the past. Its name was Immortal Melody, and it could emit waves of divine sounds and flow with 5-color divine light. Legend has it that as long as one entered the immortal world, the immortal melody would turn into an immortal scripture. Back then, he gave it to An Miaoyi, and now, he gave it to this similar flower. I've seen this kind of rare treasure in ancient texts. Since the ancient times, only 1 or 2 have appeared. Rumor has it that if it is brought into the immortal world, the immortal sound it emits can awaken one's past and present lives. Ko Xiao liked it a lot. This was a golden era. A similar flower disturbed the tranquility in Yi Fan's heart, but his Dao became even more resolute. His gaze became incomparably deep as he looked towards the immortal path. Yi Fan accepted this last disciple, shocking the great cosmos. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by the Celestial Emperor, what kind of glory and luck was this? For hundreds of thousands of years, it was unknown how many people wanted to enter this path, but in the end, they could only sigh with regret. 500 years later, Ko Xiao became the quasi-emperor, and 1,000 years later, she achieved the Tao through a different method. The white-clothed fairy was unmatched under the heavens, her radiance illuminating the world. Everyone calmed down and thought about it carefully. She was the disciple of the Celestial Emperor, so for her to have such accomplishments was still within an acceptable range. The Celestial Emperor was terrifying after all, unmatched throughout the ages. This was what everyone felt. Yi Fan turned around, vaguely seeing through the river of time again. He saw the exceptionally beautiful An Miaoyi, smiling at him from the distance, making him silent. The immortal path will open. This was the roar of the Celestial Emperor. Correct, the immortal path will open in the end. At this moment, someone in the cosmos responded to him. Big Dipper, Eastern Wasteland. An ancient pagoda rushed up, immortal energy curling about it, shaking the ancient skies. A great emperor rose up, reappearing in this world. He was the Azure Emperor, his true body had returned. The entire world was shaken. The Azure Emperor was still alive, and he actually didn't die? Yi Fan took a step forward, welcoming him, reuniting with the Fiend Emperor in the Starry Sea. Now that the Azure Emperor had reappeared, he had already adjusted himself to his peak state. He was heroic and imposing, his black hair scattered behind him. His gaze was like lightning, like a lotus in the ancient skies, reproducing the exceptional elegance of the past. My path was wrong. I've reached the end, yet I can't see any hope. Today will be the final battle of my life, the Azure Emperor said calmly. The ancient pagoda above his head rumbled. The pagoda was simple and unadorned, with a total of 9 floors. The power of time flowed through it, as if it ran through the entire history of cultivation. I will protect you and lend you a hand, Yi Fan said. All right. The Azure Emperor nodded. With a raise of his hand, a lotus weapon flew over from the Big Dipper, appearing in his palm. After he brandished it, the cosmos rumbled with thunder, the primal chaos surged, splitting heaven and earth. Just like that, with the ancient pagoda above his head and the lotus weapon in his hand, he carried out the final battle of his life, wanting to forcefully break through the immortal domain. This was not the right time, nor was it the right place, because it was already too late. Only the 2 most powerful people since the ancient times stood side by side. Boom! In the past 100,000 years, the strongest heaven-defying attack erupted. The Azure Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor attacked together, shaking the vast cosmos. Boundless immortal light erupted. The ancient pagoda struck, the lotus weapon hummed, and the Azure Emperor roared. He entered a passage made of blazing light. Yi Fan's Emperor's fist also pierced through that passage. When everything ended and the auspicious light faded, the spatial crack that extended to many galaxies slowly closed. The ancient pagoda remained where it was, and only Yifan stood there alone. A sorrowful painting. How many heroes were buried in foreign lands? How many brilliants will never be seen again? After a long time, Yifan muttered softly. He did not know if the Azure Emperor had succeeded or not. A few broken lotus leaves withered and drifted down where he stood. The cosmos was vast and silent, but it could not bury the sad songs of the path to immortality. Looking into the distance, generation after generation of outstanding talents fell on this path. The Emperor of Fighting, who vowed to become a war immortal, the brilliant fiend monarch Shui Yuqing, and the eternal clear sky lotus, the path to immortality was filled with sad songs. Chapter 18:15. The green lotus withered and fell, losing its luster. Celestial Emperor let out a long roar, his voice shaking the universe. He used his unparalleled magical power to move countless star fragments and bury this place. The world was dim for 500 years. Emperor Qing actually appeared in this generation to challenge the path of immortality. This shocked the world and left behind endless legends. The heroes sighed. Those on the proud son of heaven's portrait were especially speechless. In the end, many of them disappeared from this world, while others no longer sealed themselves. They lived out their later years in peace and died in a peaceful state of mind. In short, almost no one went to the celestial court because they had once contended with Celestial Emperor in the same generation. They could be considered people of the same level and were unwilling to ask for his protection in this generation. The maple leaves turned red year after year. Autumn came and went. Time continued to pass. Yifansi comprehended the seal of reincarnation, unraveled the flying immortal waterfall, comprehended the profound mysteries of the chaos physique, and researched all the methods of longevity. More than 10,000 years had passed, and this era had finally come to an end. The world was silent, and although many powerful quasi-emperors had appeared, they were all buried in the passage of time. This generation was so resplendent, yet no one achieved the Tao. Celestial Emperor sealed Ko Xiao Xiao and the others, standing alone at the peak. Looking back over these 100,000 years, he could not find a single opponent and the world was silent. In the end, when this generation came to an end, Yifan fulfilled his promise and found Duanda, who was burying his head in digging a pit. He sat beside him without a sound. Ghost. Fatty Duan sensed something and shouted, "Celestial Emperor, you're really abnormal." Yifan only teased him back then. It was just a joke, but in this withering era, he felt very desolate and really found him to send him off. Celestial Emperor pointed with a finger and gave Duanda the imprint of his previous life. He kicked him into the grave and left. This humble Taoist will return. I'll dig up your grave in the next life. Duanda's angry shout came from the depths of the mountain and gradually weakened. The autumn wind blew and the remaining leaves fell. Another golden age had passed. Celestial Emperor's calendar year 138,000, Yifan's fourth generation ended. He lived for 56,000 years in this generation. Such a lifespan caused the world to tremble and be in an uproar. Everyone knew that the Celestial Emperor had walked very far on the road to immortality, and people could no longer look at his back. Even though they were mentally prepared, everyone was still shocked. Heaven Emperor defied the heavens once again, living a fifth life. This time, he pushed the laws and Tao to a glorious peak, nurturing 100 scriptures in a furnace, fusing 10,000 Tao into a furnace, actually forming a primal chaos body. Everyone was shocked. What kind of magnificent feat was this? It was actually possible. Originally, he didn't have this type of constitution and bloodline, yet he transformed like this, becoming the rarely seen chaotic body. Just how unrivaled was this? The fifth life was an extremely brilliant era for the Celestial Emperor himself. He was still a living legend. I can't let the merciless Emperor monopolize the limelight. Someone sighed. Back in the day, Vicious had also gone through this process. His old mortal body had shed off a divine embryo and become a chaos body. In reality, the light-shaking realm had already begun to show signs of this. There would always be some paths in the world that would cross. It was impossible to say who was superior and who was inferior, but they would occasionally meet. In this life, Yi Fan began to live in seclusion in Undying Mountain, creating forbidden immortal techniques. He used the ancient wasteland tower and the myriad Qi cauldron to suppress himself, not moving at all. The flow of time seemed to have slowed down. He wouldn't affect others' attainment of the Tao, because the Celestial Emperor had used an unprecedented method to suppress his own Tao, imprisoning it by his side. 50,000 years later, in the 188,000th year of the Celestial Emperor's calendar, a special era finally arrived. After a long period of time, countless talents withered and died. In the last 200,000 years, there was only one Celestial Emperor. In such an ancient period of time, no one else had attained the Tao. The resplendent Celestial Emperor flourished, and the gloomy myriad spirit era were somewhat contradictory. Finally, this era changed. This was a soul-stirring great era. Stars flickered, and all kinds of bloodlines appeared. Emperor stars appeared one after another, shining brilliantly. There were finally signs that a new emperor was about to be born. Perhaps it was a great eruption after a long period of suppression, but this era was like a blowout. Geniuses rose up one after another, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. On this day, Yi Fan was startled awake. He felt the great Tao rumble, the myriad Tao resonating. Someone was undergoing an emperor's tribulation, causing his imprisoned Tao to become unstable. It almost rushed out to suppress him. He immediately shook the cauldron, restraining his own Tao to avoid interfering with the successor, allowing him to smoothly become an emperor. Hong! The entire world trembled. Countless people cried out in alarm, discussing this matter. They were all excited and expectant. A new emperor had appeared. Half a month later, Yi Fan got up. When he walked out of Undying Mountain, he understood who the new emperor was, and even he was stunned. DK, he actually became the new emperor. Time passed slowly, too much was cut down. Many people had long forgotten this person's name, not knowing that there was someone like this who could contend against Emperor of Fighting in the past, an unrivaled divine being. At the end of the archaic era, DK was Emperor of Fighting's greatest opponent. The sacred ape fought against him, barely making it out alive, leaving behind a lifetime of Tao injuries, and only then did he win with difficulty. In that era, DK was too stunning, not the slightest bit weaker than the sacred emperor. He even lived a second era, shocking past and present, becoming an emperor after suppressing the monkey's father. Even though the final result was that DK was defeated by half a move, the supreme being of the sacred ape bloodline becoming an emperor, this couldn't hide DK's brilliance. DK was still an unrivaled divine being. Didn't he die? Yi Fan said to himself. He still remembered that DK's nephew Kuan Zhou, the great sage, had said that his little uncle had already died of depression. Celestial the Arch walked the world and finally understood the truth. During the last years of the primordial era, DK, whose cultivation had stagnated and was like a walking corpse, was dragged by Kuan Zhou to fight against the enemy. He passively fought against the victorious fighting Buddha, only defending and not attacking. Then, he left for another region and buried himself. No one would have thought that when he sought death, there would be a lot of divine origin liquid there, drowning him and causing him to fall into a deep sleep. In this era, he was disturbed and woke up, suppressing everyone and becoming the new emperor. Yi Fan sighed. Ning Fei, Chuanying, Gai Jiuyo, DK, and the others were all such gods. They only lacked a chance, but only DK made up for a lifetime of regret. In this era, the situation where Celestial the Arch reigned supreme and no one could become an emperor was finally broken. It could be said to be a new era. The only regretful thing was that DK wasn't a hero of the present era, but an ancient person. At the same time, Yi Fan also found out that the person who fought against DK was also an ancient person, the Prince of the Light Race. When Yi Fan stepped on the path of heaven back then, he saw the smelting god pot and knew that the prince of this race had disappeared. Who would have thought that he would fight with DK in this era? After the birth of the new emperor, Celestial the Arch never appeared. DK had only been on the throne for 8,000 years because he had already lived 2 lifetimes and used up too much of his lifespan. When he was alive, he admitted that he was inferior to Celestial the Arch and was far from being his opponent. Rumor had it that he had entered the Celestial Court and visited Celestial the Arch for a short spar. But legends were legends after all. Even after DK's death, Celestial the Arch still didn't appear. Many people suspected that he had transformed into the Tao. After another 10,000 years, DK's Tao marks were all used up and there were signs of him becoming an emperor again. People couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Celestial the Arch had been on the throne for many years and there hadn't been a new emperor, but now, there was a huge change. In this era, the heroes fought for hegemony and there were countless corpses on the emperor's path. The final winner was actually a god-killing insect. The god-killing insect was only the size of a thumb when it was born. Its entire body was golden and shaped like a small dragon. It could devour all things and was unstoppable. It was rumored that a true pure-blooded insect could even devour deities. The god-killing emperor rose up from the insect nest and slowly evolved into an insect ancestor. He fought on the ancient starry sky path and killed all his competitors. Then, he took the final leap and became an emperor. This was a bloodthirsty emperor who was iron-blooded and emotionless. He made people revere him. Everywhere he passed, all the races in the universe became silent. People were terrified to the bone. It was because this race was too terrifying and innately emotionless. The god-killing emperor was incomparably terrifying. During his reign, all the races in the universe trembled in fear. However, he was still a great emperor and didn't kill the innocent. 8,000 years passed like this and he was like the sun in the sky. He had just reached the halfway point of his life and it was the most glorious time of his life. He made a shocking decision and entered the Celestial Court. This was already the 215,000th year of the Celestial Emperor's calendar. The Celestial Emperor had already disappeared for 60 to 70,000 years. After 2 eras, no one had seen him. Everyone thought that he had definitely passed away and ended his legendary life. The god-killing bloodline migrated. The endless sea of insects streaked across the universe like a golden ocean and surged to the southern heavenly gate. Since the Celestial Emperor has passed away, the Celestial Court is now empty. Now, I am the current great emperor and the masters of this world will rise and fall. The Celestial Court will be my palace to rule over the world and patrol the 4 directions. From today onwards, it will be the God Emperor's residence. Rumbling thunder shook the universe and the Supreme Emperor's voice spread to all races. Everyone was shocked. The god-killing emperor was going to enter the Celestial Court. Would those celestial soldiers and generals agree? People sighed again. There was no immortal divine dynasty and no eternal scepter. The curtains were going to fall in the end. Thinking about how amazing the Celestial Emperor was, he had lived 5 eras and was unrivaled in the heavens and earth. In the end, his inheritance was still going to fall. The residence of the Celestial Emperor is not to be offended. 200,000 years had passed, but the Celestial Court's pride was still there. Everyone roared in anger and refused to yield, even if they were facing a great emperor. I have no intention of killing. I just want to live in a place where true emperors should live. All of you should leave now. The god-killing emperor appeared and looked down on the human world. His entire body shone with golden light and his blood energy surged into the heavens, causing people's souls to tremble. Behind him, countless golden god-slaying bugs covered the sky and covered the earth, almost drowning the star field. He arrived in a domineering manner. The celestial soldiers and generals were either sent flying or collapsed to the ground. There was no way they could fight against a current great emperor. He put his hands behind his back and was about to enter the southern heavenly gate. However, at this moment, a finger of primal chaos suddenly appeared. It was incomparably huge and covered the entire star domain. It rumbled and fell down like a pillar that supported the heavens. The god-killing emperor's expression changed. He roared and shook the universe as he did his best to resist. The result shocked all the realms. When the finger of primal chaos fell, the god-killing emperor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. He smashed through countless stars and fell to the edge of the universe. Celestial Emperor. The god-killing emperor was shocked. Sky-covering snap. At this moment, the entire universe was in an uproar. All the experts understood the situation and their souls were shaken. They couldn't believe it. The celestial emperor was still alive. After 2 eras, the new emperor had never appeared. Although he had never appeared, he was always high up and looked down on the world. No matter how powerful the new emperor was, he couldn't be compared to him. From then on, the god-killing emperor avoided the edge of the universe and never took a step into an important star domain until he passed away. In the eyes and heart of the celestial emperor, he was already invincible and didn't care. In the 216,000th year of the celestial emperor's calendar, Yi Fan reappeared in the world and completed a heaven-defying transformation. For an entire 100 years, the star domain was filled with primal chaos. Tens of thousands of Tao interweaved and rumbled. He made a leap and broke free from the primal chaos body. He shed this body and returned to his origin. This time, he lived his 6th life. 14,000 years later, in the 230,000th year of the celestial emperor's calendar, another dazzling era occurred. Something shocking happened. An innate primal chaos body appeared in the world. In this year, Yi Fan awakened and unsealed the baby girl, Yi Xian, in preparation to let her enter the world. All the races in the universe trembled. One in the celestial court and the other in the outside world. The 2 great primal chaos bodies actually met in this era. Chapter 1816. Yi Xian was only 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was tender and adorable. She was at the age where she was lively and active. As soon as she was unsealed, she cheered and flew up like a little butterfly. "Grandpa, you finally let Xian out." Yi Fan smiled and lovingly rubbed her head. He began to preach the Tao to her and urge her to cultivate. In the 6th life, Yi Fan had just started. His black hair was scattered and his eyes were like a sea of stars. His body was sparkling and flowing with immortal splendor. He abandoned the chaotic body and returned to his origin. He could be considered unparalleled in this world. In the last life, he created the chaotic great Tao and wrote a scripture. Now, he passed it all to Yi Xian and told her to cultivate diligently. In the outside world, a man had already shaken the universe. Although he was only 50 or 60 years old, he had already become a chaotic saint. He was invincible and his might shook the human world. There were people of higher realms who chased after him, but the chaotic body could always avoid them. He moved unhindered on the path of heaven and became stronger day by day. Everyone sighed in admiration. They had a premonition that an extraordinary supreme genius had risen. The glory of the legendary era had reappeared. He was going to create an immortal future. Time passed quickly and the sun and moon flew by. The little girl Yi Xian came of age. She was sent out of the celestial court by Yi Fan and trained in various places. As she continued to grow, her fame gradually spread. The chaotic body of the celestial court has also appeared. What is Sky Emperor trying to do? Could it be that he wants them to fight for the same world? Everyone was moved. This world was destined to not be peaceful. The chaotic body of the outside world was called Wang Bo. No one knew his origin. He had once coldly said that his parents didn't have the extreme yin body or extreme yang body. When Yi Fan understood this, he nodded and said to himself, yes, just like the first-generation divine body, it doesn't necessarily have to be the divine blood of the parents to be born innately. Sky Emperor silently deduced and couldn't help but be moved. This person had an extremely shocking origin. Only someone as powerful as Yi Fan could dispel the fog and deduce that he came from the legendary era. Celestial Emperor used a forbidden method to make a deduction. His brows jumped slightly. This was actually a dead person, and now, he appeared again. The person who was killed by celestial being in the past, his primordial spirit underwent nirvana and didn't completely die. In the end, he actually survived and sealed himself until now, only emerging after exhausting all of his immortal essence. Yi Fan sighed softly. This was actually the chaotic body from the mythological era. Back then, before it had fully matured and reached the Tao, it had already severely injured an ancient celestial being and almost took the life of a peak-level emperor. What kind of myth was this? That kind of battle record was still being passed down in the world. His body was sealed in the Big Dipper, turned into 5 continents, and became the 5 colored altars, left behind to attack the path of immortality. Who would have thought that he was actually able to deceive the ancient celestial being back then? His primordial spirit underwent nirvanic rebirth and escaped, sealing himself within the source. When he reached that level of power, his primordial spirit wouldn't be destroyed, so he could naturally recreate a chaotic physical body. Only time could destroy him. In this era, he severed his cultivation and began to cultivate anew. Is he trying to reach the peak of glory? Yi Fan said softly. The innate chaotic body Wang Bo's achievements were world-shaking. From start to finish, he intentionally controlled his cultivation speed and focused on building his foundation. Despite doing this, he still became the great sage 100 years later. The person with the fastest cultivation speed in history was the great sage who became the great sage in 100 years or so. If he wanted to break this record, it would have been no problem, but he didn't do so. The terror of the chaotic body began to show. As he cultivated, all Tao revived and resonated with him. In his place of isolation, Tao marks were densely packed and rumbling. During this period of time, there was a quasi-emperor who went to stop him, but in the end, he still calmly left. Yi Xian had long grown up as well. He was aloof like an immortal, chaotic energy overflowing in all directions. After more than 100 years, his might shook the starry skies. Finally, he met Wang Bo for the first time, and as soon as they looked at each other, they directly fought. This battle was naturally a great defeat for Yi Xian. Her cultivation time was shorter than the other parties, and she didn't know that the other party was a terrifying figure who had previously shaken the heavens and earth during the legendary era. In the end, she used the chaotic formation patterns established by Yi Fan to escape disaster. Her entire body was covered in blood as she returned to the celestial court, almost dying. The little girl was extremely stubborn, not willing to admit defeat. After returning, she didn't say a single word, immediately starting to cultivate after recovering from her injuries. Only when Yi Fan came to find her did Yi Xian leave her place of isolation. Master, this person's killing intent is extremely heavy. I feel like he is extremely dangerous, as if he is someone who wants to destroy all things. Yi Xian spoke the truth. Back then, he died under the hands of the celestial being. He struggled for rebirth, and only after many years did he truly recover from his Tao injuries. Unfortunately, his enemy passed away. In this era, he will most likely challenge all supreme beings. There is a wave of anger within him. Yi Fan spoke, slowly revealing his origins. When Yi Xian heard this, she widened her eyes in shock. This time, he actually went easy on you. Otherwise, you most likely wouldn't have been able to return, Yi Fan said. Although he was sitting in the celestial court, he had personally watched that battle. He was testing Grandpa's reaction. Yi Xian asked. Yes, you don't need to think too much about it. I let you come into the world only to let him temper you. It is said that the chaotic body is unrivaled under the heavens. This is the best opponent on your path of growth. Yi Fan spoke the truth. 100 years later, the two great chaotic bodies fought a great battle, carrying out another decisive battle of life and death. Yi Xian was still defeated. The other party had lived 2 lives and cultivated from the beginning, terrifying to the extreme. She once again narrowly escaped back. Although she knew that the other party still wouldn't kill her, and her grandpa had always been paying attention and wouldn't tolerate a tragedy happening, she was still panting with anger. She began to bury her head in bitter cultivation. 50 years later, the two sides once again faced off at the peak, attracting the experts of the entire universe. All of them went to watch the battle. This time, Yi Xian was still heavily injured, but she also made Wang Bo cough out blood. In the end, she managed to injure the other party slightly. Just like that, they would fight every few decades to 100 years. Yi Xian advanced by leaps and bounds, growing rapidly. She was already on par with the other party. However, Wang Bo was also extremely terrifying. Using this period of time, he completely learned the chaotic scripture that Yi Fan had created and passed on to Yi Xian. From then on, in this resplendent great world, everyone else became supporting characters. Only the two great chaotic bodies stood side by side, unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Xian went from a series of great defeats to a series of small defeats, gradually reducing the gap between them. Her battle experience had long since become incomparably rich. Because they were both chaotic bodies, after truly comprehending it, who would be inferior to the other? With the Celestial Emperor's guidance, Yi Xian finally fought to a draw with Wang Bo at the age of 700. It was the same for many battles. Even after another 100 years, the battle results were still about the same. The whole world was shocked. In the next 100 years, many experts of the world worked together, but none of them could participate in the battle between the two of them. They were far from being their opponents. This world only belonged to them. Meanwhile, the two of them were both purposely suppressing themselves. Otherwise, they would have already successfully become emperors. At this point, the Celestial Emperor called Yi Xian back, not allowing her to fight again. He was going to personally seal her until the future. "Grandpa, I'm about to become a great emperor, how can you be like this?" She pouted angrily. "There will be a time when you become an emperor." Yi Fan smiled. Yi Xian widened her eyes. She knew that Grandpa's Celestial Emperor had always been preparing to fight his way into a mortal domain. When she heard this news, she was immediately moved, having a premonition. "Is there hope now?" she asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "The road is still moving forward. If I feel that something is wrong, I will definitely arrange a path of retreat for you guys in advance." At this point, the struggle for supremacy of the chaotic body ended in a draw. Only Wang Bo remained in this world, reigning supreme in the following years. 1,000 years later, Wang Bo became an emperor. All Tao merged, natural laws blazed, the entire world was filled with multicolored light, shaking the human world. Was this the Tao of the chaotic body? It was too extraordinary, all Tao harmonizing with him. As expected, he was unmatched under the heavens. Perhaps the Celestial Emperor had truly encountered a challenger. However, when everyone thought of the word challenge, they all shook their heads. The Celestial Emperor was unique, creating a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. He was undefeatable. 10,000 years later, the chaotic body was like the midday sun, powerful to the peak of this life, advancing to the extreme. He called himself the Primal Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Everyone had a premonition that a great battle was about to arrive. Just this title alone was clearly targeted at him. There was only one person in this world who could be called the Celestial Emperor. 500 years later, Wang Bo ascended to the Celestial Court and challenged the Celestial Emperor. This day had finally arrived. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and expectant. Unfortunately, this battle was not as brilliant as everyone imagined. The Celestial Emperor did indeed accept the challenge and also took action, but the battle quickly ended, sending the chaotic body flying to the desolate borders of the cosmos. Because their cultivation realms were too high, no one knew how many moves they exchanged. Some said that Wang Bo was defeated after 3 moves, others said that it was 8 moves. It was publicly acknowledged that it was less than 10 moves. This result shook the great cosmos. Yes, the Celestial Emperor's battle prowess is unfathomable. People could only exclaim. Yi Fan had comprehended the chaotic body in his previous life, and then he severed it and was reborn. He had long returned to his original state and no longer needed this kind of chaotic blood. The Celestial Emperor can fight against many sovereign realm masters, including the chaotic body. Everyone understood that the chaotic body's strength only served as a foil to the Celestial Emperor's unparalleled divine might. It had actually become the unit value to measure his true strength. After this battle, the Celestial Emperor traveled far away. He landed on a star and sat in front of a large tomb. When a fat man climbed up with great difficulty, he immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Ghost! He fell into the tomb again, and after a long time, he climbed up again with his face covered in dirt. He stared at Yi Fan for a long time, making sure that he was really still alive and was still the Celestial Emperor. Only then did he spit out 4 words angrily. "You're really abnormal. In order to become an immortal, I have no choice but to live." Yi Fan sighed. "Did you figure out something?" Duanda asked. "Yes, all these years, I've been studying the immortal medicine and discovered some terrifying things. They seem to be fallen immortals one after another." Yi Fan spoke of a shocking fact. As soon as he said this, the whole world seemed to be shaken. Duanda's face paled. "You and the Empress from the desolate Forbidden Ground both discovered this problem, so it's not far from the truth. She once divided the 9 wonder medicine into 9 stalks and studied it for tens of thousands of years. It's not that we can't become immortals, it's that there's a problem in that world." Yi Fan sighed and bid farewell to Duanda. "Is this why you've been waiting?" Duanda asked. "The chaotic body suffered a great defeat, but it didn't collapse. On the contrary, it actually made a terrifying decision, which was to carry out self-severing. Just like Yi Fan, it severed its chaotic body, sealed its cultivation, and began to cultivate from the beginning. Because it still had enough lifespan. This year, Yi Fan undid another person's seal and released the divine child. Even though the little fatty was quite narcissistic and had been influenced by the Black Emperor and Li Tian to be a bit unreliable, his talent was truly exceptional. Ha ha ha. I, Great Emperor Yufeng, can finally see the light of day. Even the evil Celestial Emperor can't stop me. I will rule the world and look down on everything." As soon as the little fatty came out, he put his hands on his waist and said arrogantly. In the end, Yi Fan smiled. He directly picked him up and smacked his butt. "Ah, it hurts so much. That bastard dog is no longer here, and that scoundrel Li Tian is squatting on the side. How can someone still smack my butt? I hate it." In this life, Yi Fan passed on a great technique to him, allowing him to grow quickly. In the end, he went to fight the chaotic body and continued to temper himself. In the years that followed, the world was shocked. The celestial court was too terrifying. Not only was the chaotic girl heaven-defying, but the little fatty was just as shocking. When the little fatty truly grew up, his bravery overcame the world. He fought against Wang Bo until he was 800 years old, but it still ended in a draw. Of course, if not for Yi Fan's suppression, the divine child would have definitely charged into the emperor realm. He was quite special and wouldn't be suppressed. He was formed from the immortal Ascension Cauldron's artifact spirit, his potential shocking. The spirit of an immortal artifact turned into a human, not any weaker than the chaotic body. Thus, the divine child was sealed in the source again, no longer appearing in the world. The chaotic body broke the seal and returned to the emperor realm. He challenged Yi Fan again, but he was still defeated. It was rumored that he still couldn't exchange more than 10 moves. Wang Bo lived to 20,000 years old. His blood energy was like an ocean. With an angry roar, he went to fight the immortal path, wanting to forcefully open it. In the end, he disappeared in an expanse of blazing light. He opened up a path and took a step forward, but in the end, he left behind an expanse of ashes in the cosmos. During this period of time, Yi Fan forged 2 swords. Their killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shocking the great cosmos. They merged with the 4 swords of the numinous treasure celestial being, forming a total of 6 swords. Then, he once again refined the formation diagram, allowing it to ascend to the extreme and transcend, becoming more powerful than before. The celestial court was shaken. This could be considered a miracle. The numinous treasure celestial being was the creator of the secret set of words, and his attainments in the formation diagram were unrivaled throughout the ages. However, the emperor actually supplemented the formation diagram and added 2 more swords. This was simply shocking. Not long after, Yi Fan had the little sacred ape and the yellow-tooth elder's granddaughter come into the world one after another. He had them undergo trials, and after they reached the highest realm, they were sealed again. What is the celestial emperor going to do? The outside world was guessing. Within the celestial court, 6 killing swords hung around Yi Fan, and above his head, the formation diagram that had been supplemented was rising and falling. He said to himself, let the chaotic body Yi Xian, the little fatty born from the immortal ascension cauldron, the little silkworm that lived a second life, the little sacred ape, and the yellow-toothed granddaughter all become emperors. Each of them wielding a killing sword, will they be able to seal a celestial emperor? Yi Fan frowned. Apart from the 5 little ones, he still had to choose one more person. I'm afraid the celestial emperor is going to make a big move. Everyone in the outside world was speculating like this because they had seen him send out the few children of the celestial court with astonishing aptitudes to train. They had a premonition that he was going to make a move. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the celestial emperor made no move and calmed down. In the 300,000th year of the celestial emperor's calendar, the celestial emperor's imprint almost collapsed. It had once spread to all parts of the universe, piercing through 10,000 daos and shaking the world. What, the celestial emperor almost died? The celestial emperor almost died after transforming into Tao. Every race in the universe was shocked. Meanwhile, inside the celestial court, there was a gloomy atmosphere. This was a fact. Yi Fan had almost died. Although he had lived through the 7th life with great difficulty, the celestial emperor's imprint was unstable, and he had been unconscious all this time. The Komatsu that was in charge of protecting the celestial court had come into the world. He had studied it for 100 years, but he couldn't find the problem. His master had already become young and had successfully lived through the 7th life, so why couldn't he wake up? In the end, he walked toward a forbidden area and opened the seal. He brought out a massive celestial source, and a black dog was sealed within it. Upon closer inspection, it was already very old. Its original fur was slightly gray, and it had also shrunk considerably compared to before. Komatsu woke it up and unsealed the celestial source. Only after a very long time did the large black dog come to his senses, and he loudly asked if he had become a celestial. Komatsu shook his head, and told him about Yi Fan's problem. He felt that the large black dog had followed Emperor Wu Shi before, so he was experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he could see something. Wahahaha. Unexpectedly, the large black dog laughed wildly after hearing this. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry or sympathy in his eyes. What are you laughing about? The naive Komatsu asked suspiciously. Nothing much. If you encounter this kind of problem, you can just hand him over to me. Wahahaha. He has finally fallen into my hands, hee. There was arrogance and complacency in the Black Emperor's laughter. It was as if he was finally going to fulfill some long-cherished wish. Chapter 1817. Komatsu was doubtful and confused. Although his master was invincible, handing him over to the Black Emperor now felt like throwing a meat bun at a dog or a lamb in a tiger's den. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I dare say that if you want to resolve his problems, there's no one more suitable than me in this world. The large black dog was putting on airs, but he was still smiling. His grin reached all the way to his ears, making him look like a wolf with a big tail. Komatsu stared at him. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this large black dog's smile was very cunning. What, you still don't trust me? Don't worry about me, the large black dog said as he patted his chest. Komatsu was a little speechless. Everyone in the celestial court knew that this dog was the most unreliable. Even though 300,000 years had passed, the rumors about him were still spreading. They arrived at the heavenly palace, and looked at Yi Fan, who was lying on the chaos stone bed. His eyes were tightly closed, and his hair was jet black. His entire body was sparkling with a celestial light like divine glass. The celestial Thearcha's aura was restrained, and not a single bit of divine power seeped out. It was as if he was forged from jade, and he didn't move at all. He's really become a supreme celestial arch, comparable to Emperor Wu Shi. The large black dog stared at Yi Fan for a long time, and actually started to drool. What do you want to do? Komatsu looked at him warily. Do you know who he is? The Black Emperor asked. My master. Who else is he? The celestial Thearch. That's right. The celestial Thearch's blood flows in his body. The Black Emperor wiped away his saliva, and a wicked glint appeared in his eyes. Komatsu felt a headache coming on. This damned dog's nature was showing up again. There's nothing to say. Since we've caught up, we have to live up to ourselves, the large black dog tempted Komatsu. What do you want to do? Komatsu glared at him. What else can I do? Come. Let's first have 3 bowls of celestial Thearch's blood and drink to our heart's content. Then, we'll slowly think of a way to revive him, the large black dog said shamelessly. Komatsu was completely speechless, and said, Uncle Black Emperor, can we not kill each other? Can we be more reliable? Alright, let's seriously think of a way to help him. The large black dog finally calmed down. Komatsu was also deep in thought. He once again organized the scriptures that Yi Fan had left behind, hoping to find some clues and signs. Half a day later, when he returned, he discovered that the Black Emperor was covering his cheeks and grimacing in a strange manner. What's wrong? He asked the boy beside him. Patriarch Black Emperor, he. The boy didn't dare to continue. Komatsu instantly understood. The large black dog really was quite amusing. In the end, he still bit Yi Fan a few times in an attempt to extract some celestial Thearch's blood. In the end, he almost broke all of his teeth. You should be glad that Master's great Tao is reserved, otherwise. Komatsu shook his head. Nonsense, do you really think this emperor is stupid? Otherwise, I wouldn't have bitten you. The large black dog spoke boldly. Then, he truly began to ponder and research. After a long time, he said, he should be trying to awaken some kind of legendary great Tao. It's most likely difficult to awaken him with just external force. Komatsu nodded. He also thought that Master was treading on the path of immortality, and this was related to his transformation and living his 7th life. If he understood the Tao of this life, he should be able to help him. I'll go to Master's place of seclusion to comprehend. Perhaps I'll be able to find out what kind of path he's walking on in this life. Komatsu left. There's no need to investigate. I know what kind of path he's walking on. It should be an eternal dream. The Black Emperor had followed Great Emperor Wu Shi before, so he could be considered to be knowledgeable. What kind of technique is this? Komatsu asked. The Black Emperor solemnly said, this is a supreme technique. In a deep sleep, one will dream eternally, and experience hundreds or even tens of thousands of lives in the dream. In the long river of time, one will refine one's heart and Tao, transcending the mortal world. He explained this technique, but this was only a theoretical path. It was extremely dangerous. Just think about it, who would dare to live in a dream their entire life? This was too terrifying, and there were no imperial elites who were willing to try it. Live in a dream your entire life? Komatsu was astonished. That's right, it's been like this his entire life. The Black Emperor nodded. He thought for a moment, and then said, unless he truly defies the heavens and can return from the void to reality, defying the heavens and returning. Is Great Emperor Vicious also cultivating this kind of technique? Komatsu's heart stirred. He's walked a similar path before, but it shouldn't be. The Black Emperor shook his head. There were some paths that crossed, and it was impossible to say who was superior and who was inferior. They were all different, and there was no need to compare them. At this point, the Celestial Court regained its peace. The Celestial Emperor was in a coma, and Komatsu sealed himself in Yuanzhong, guarding the central Celestial Palace. The large black dog appeared, and ruled over the Celestial Court for several decades. He looked down on the universe, and pointed out the world. Finally, he left behind the era of the Black Emperor, and he reigned supreme for a short period of time. During this period, he once sought out the descendants of the Silver Blood Emperors, who were now the most important members of the Celestial Court, and asked them if they had found that legendary person. When he received a negative answer, he felt a wave of sadness. In the end, he said, under normal circumstances, one person will appear in the cultivation world every 100,000 years. Now that 300,000 years have passed, this doesn't make sense. Continue to search, there are still 100,000 years left. In the end, the large black dog fell into a deep sleep again, all for the sake of avoiding dying of old age. Yi Fan pacified the forbidden area and suppressed the chaos. He moved the origin ancient mine, undying mountain, high heavens, and ruins of God over, turning them into the courtyard of the celestial court. Naturally, there would be no lack of celestial source liquid, grand beginning life stones, and other things. Time passed quickly, and 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan woke up, and sat up late at night, alarming the celestial court. Komatsu was startled awake, because he was standing guard at the side. He broke through the celestial source pool, and said with a trembling voice, "Master, 20,000 years passed, and Yi Fan dreamed for 10,000 years." He didn't age, and was full of vigor. However, his eyes were very dazed. He directly tore through the void, and disappeared from the celestial court. Komatsu was shocked, and he hurriedly chased after him. He discovered that he descended on an ancient star, and turned into an ordinary person. His magic power and other things seemed to have disappeared, and several years later, he actually became a fisherman by the sea. What is going on? Komatsu was confused. In the end, he asked the Black Emperor to come out. This brat is truly heaven-defying. He dreamed for 10,000 years, and not only did he return from the void to reality, he even went from the past to the present. His profound mysteries have been sublimated by him. He is truly experiencing life, and he is going to walk through the ages. They followed behind him seriously. Komatsu's lifespan was still enough, but the Black Emperor couldn't endure it, and he didn't break through the celestial source pool, and was brought along by Komatsu. In this life, Yi Fan lived for 63 years. His hair was white, and in the end, he was buried in the sea while fishing, dying like an ordinary person. However, when this short life ended, the body that was buried in the sea immediately became young, and in the end, he recovered. He ended his identity as a fisherman, tore apart the universe, and threw himself into another ancient star. In this life, he became a soldier, and he fought on the battlefield his entire life. In the end, he died on the battlefield at the age of 50, and his chest was pierced through. What a freak! The Black Emperor sighed. Under normal circumstances, even immortal artifacts might not be able to harm the Celestial Emperor's body. However, for the sake of walking through the ages, he combined the dream and reality so closely, and it actually evolved to such a realistic level. When the old soldier was buried in the battlefield, buried in the yellow earth, Yi Fan recovered once again, and another life began. This time, he became a teacher, and he lived a poor life, dying of depression. Can it not be so real? The Black Emperor sighed, feeling a headache. In the end, even Komatsu couldn't hold on anymore. He sealed himself with the immortal source, and only left an imprint on his master's body, which could be found at the critical moment. Just like that, Yi Fan experienced life after life, and after dozens of lives, then hundreds of lives, he spent more than 20,000 years in this world of mortals. His identity kept changing, and he experienced the world of mortals. He was a beggar, a king, and he was poor, and he had glory and splendor, and he had also fought in the world of mortals. On this day, the descendants of the Silver Blood Emperors woke up the Black Emperor and reported, "Ancestor, I found that person." What? The Black Emperor trembled, shattered the immortal source, and directly rushed out. Gaochen Ancient Star, Qingyan State. Yunchuan was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was not considered famous in the Qingyan State because ordinary people lived here, and there were no cultivators. Qin Shi, a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, was like her name, like a clear stream in the morning light, giving people a refreshing and lively feeling. She was beautiful and intelligent. Although she wasn't a cultivator, she had a kind of spiritual and otherworldly disposition, and seemed to stand out from the masses. "Ancestor, should we take her away?" The descendants of the Silver Blood Emperors asked. The Black Emperor was so excited that his whole body was trembling, but he firmly and decisively shook his head, and said, no, let nature take its course. Don't change the course of her life like this. This was actually a natural Tao embryo. It was like a pearl covered in dust, hidden in this small place, and no one noticed it at all. This is a divine bloodline. Ancestor, are you really not going to bring her back to the celestial court? The Black Emperor shook his head resolutely, and said, although I am acting in defiance of the heavens, I don't want her to be hurt or wronged. We must let nature take its course. They left someone behind to stand guard, and then the large black dog rushed back to the celestial court. He couldn't bear to make a move against the young girl who was like morning dew in the morning light, but he had no qualms against Yifan. Celestial the Arch, I'm going to take care of you. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. He found Komatsu, and said, don't you think there are some flaws in ye brat's 10,000 worlds path? Komatsu faltered, and asked, what flaws? He is intentionally avoiding something. After living for over 400 lives, he has never married or had children. This is the work of his subconscious, and it has limited his path. This kind of deliberate action has already put him at a disadvantage, the large black dog said with a serious expression. Komatsu was dazed. He felt that this unreliable large dog was going to cause trouble again. What I said is the truth. This is too deliberate, and it doesn't conform to the cultivation of the mortal world. We should help him. The Black Emperor was almost fanatical. I don't dare to make a decision for Master on this matter. Although Komatsu was usually shy and pure, he still knew that this dog was unreliable again in this kind of matter. I'm telling the truth. The large black dog was anxious, and he pulled him to sit down. He earnestly explained the profound meaning of the eternal dream, as well as the flaws that he needed to pay attention to. For a whole 3 days and 3 nights, the Black Emperor's saliva flew everywhere. His mouth was dry, and his throat felt like it was about to be set on fire. This caused Komatsu to feel a little dizzy. Finally, Komatsu spoke, and said, since Master's subconscious has already limited himself, it's useless even if you want to make up for it. You can't change it at all. I can't change it, but there are others who can. I only need you not to stop me. The Black Emperor only wanted this kind of promise. Then, he solemnly and seriously added, it's really not easy for Yifan to reach this step. You also don't wish for his great Tao to be incomplete in this life because of a flaw, right? After the Black Emperor had been foaming at the mouth for 10 days and 10 nights, Komatsu's head was aching. In the end, he nodded. However, he had just agreed when he felt that he had been tricked by this dog. Most of what he had said was unreliable. However, after studying the great technique, Eternal Dream, he also felt that it was better to experience everything in the mortal world. He secretly apologized to Master and directly went into seclusion for the next 100 years. In this world, there was only one thing that could affect the Celestial Emperor's subconscious, and that was the myriad Chi cauldron. It had long been an immortal weapon, and it had been with Yifan for such a long time. Their lives were intertwined, and while he was asleep, it could change the situation. When he came to the central heavenly palace and saw the simple and unadorned cauldron, the Black Emperor seriously explained the purpose of his visit. As expected, he was directly rejected. However, he was very patient. He sat down and seriously stated, what we cultivators are pursuing now is no longer the problem of one person becoming an immortal, but to explore the righteousness of why the path of immortality has been cut off since ancient times. No one has been able to achieve immortality for a long time, and there is a limit to one's strength. Although the Celestial Emperor is heaven-defying, he may not be able to reach the end of the path of immortality. Why not exhaust all kinds of resources and means, leave behind hope, and let the most capable people participate together? Do you dare to say that the innate saint body does not have this qualification? If Yifan unfortunately falls in the future, who will inherit the path he explored and his will of the great Tao? This child will be a seed that will inherit his will, the aspiration of our cultivators, because he will not be weaker than the Celestial Emperor. But continue to explore the root cause of this path being cut off. What do I seek? What are we cultivators for? What we seek is not just one immortal, but the truth and origin of the ages. The Black Emperor was unusually serious as he reprimanded the myriad Qi cauldron. His words were sonorous and righteous. The cauldron was silent, but the other immortal weapons spoke. What a good, what do I seek, what are we cultivators for? I agree. The ancient desolation tower let out a rumbling sound. Usually, it didn't even care about the celestial emperor and was always silent. Today, it spoke like this for the first time. The myriad Qi cauldron sighed, although I know you are bluffing and are the most unreliable, I also want to be unreliable this time. If the celestial emperor fails in the celestial path, it would be good to leave behind a seed of hope. After the two immortal weapons made up their minds, they immediately took action, especially the myriad Qi cauldron. It went to affect Yi Fan's subconscious, wanting to change the path he deliberately avoided. Star Gaochen, Qingyun Plain. Yi Fan came. Although the celestial emperor's aura was restrained and he went through a tribulation in the mortal world, becoming an ordinary person and not knowing his past, his outstanding temperament was still hard to hide. The Black Emperor, the myriad Qi cauldron, and the ancient desolation tower did not affect Qin Shi. They only blinded Yi Fan's subconscious that was always resisting, making him unable to avoid some of the things that would happen. Yunchuan was not a very big place. It was inevitable for the two extremely outstanding men and women to meet. Letting nature take its course, they finally walked together a few years later. Qin Shi, bright and ethereal, was like a flower that had just bloomed. However, although she was an innate Tao embryo, she did not cultivate. After a few decades, she gradually grew old. In this process, Yi Fan also slowly grew old with her. He was originally going through a tribulation, and this was a very real life. They had a child in their later years, and they gave birth to a baby boy that almost sucked up the essence of the entire ancient planet and the nearby star regions. When he was born, it shocked the world. Fortunately, the ancient desolation tower and the myriad Qi cauldron were prepared, and the Black Emperor had also made arrangements, providing countless divine source and other essences. They also concealed Yunchuan and sealed the baby boy, so the news did not leak. In the past few decades, Qin Shi was very satisfied and happy. She was smart and cheerful, and there was a man that she loved to grow old with her. To her, it was already very satisfying. The two of them did not know, and if they did not say anything, Qin Shi would live this life peacefully until the end of her life, just like many people who were originally happy. But in the end, the Black Emperor had a knot in his heart. He did not know if doing this was right or wrong, and he did not know if it was fair to the young girl. At this time, it was the celestial cauldron that came to enlighten the Black Emperor, saying, "She is very satisfied and happy in this life." It ended peacefully, just like those happy people in the world. But this emperor still feels sorry. If one day, the little boy asks me who his mother is, how will I answer? This was the first time the Black Emperor felt so ashamed. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt towards Yi Fan and directly ignored him. From his point of view, no matter what setbacks and blows, the celestial emperor could endure them. In the end, when the Black Emperor saw the two old people who had supported each other until they were old and had never quarreled in their lives, he finally mustered up his courage and found a chance to tell Qin Shi the truth. Celestial Emperor? At first, Qin Shi, who was no longer in her youth, did not believe it. However, the Black Emperor displayed all kinds of divine abilities and spoke of a part of the cause and effect, so she believed it. I want to bring you into the celestial court and guide you onto the path of cultivation so that you can live forever in this world. The Black Emperor said, making such a decision. However, Qin Shi's reaction exceeded its expectations. This was once an ethereal and intelligent young girl. Even though she was old, she was still flickering with wisdom. To be able to work hand in hand with the celestial emperor for my entire life, I am already very satisfied. I was originally very happy, so isn't it good to end things like this? Actually, you don't need to come find me and tell me these things. The Black Emperor was stunned. The woman in front of him actually responded like this, causing him to be stunned. He felt more and more guilty, insisting on inviting her into the celestial court to extend her life. Qin Shi smiled. She combed her white hair and said, "What I like is the person who will accompany me until I grow old, and not the true celestial emperor who rules over the world. If I return to the celestial court, he has his vast sky, and as for me, I still only like the people and things here. The most important thing in life is not having something forever. We were once moved, and we accompanied each other until we grew old. I am very satisfied, and all of this is enough. She smiled, but firmly refused. Mother. In the distance, a young child ran over. He was active and beautiful, and behind him was a white-haired old man who looked at him benevolently. They walked over together. The large black dog turned around, but for some reason, he felt a little sad. Had he done wrong this time? If it wasn't for him, all of this would not have happened. Even though Qinshi's life was very happy and very complete, the Black Emperor still felt guilty. If it hadn't caused trouble, it wouldn't have all of this distress, but how could it be willing to accept this? Under the setting sun, although 2 of the family of 3 had white hair, and they were pulling a small figure into the distance, it seemed very peaceful and happy. Sigh, why do I still feel a little sour in my heart? The large black dog gave himself a forceful slap. He staggered in retreat, almost falling onto the ground. If this kind of happiness can continue, perhaps I won't feel like this. Soon, they will have to part ways. One will die of old age, while the other will become the celestial emperor above the 9 heavens. I hate this result, the Black Emperor said with a sigh. Actually, you can change all of this, the all-life energy cauldron said. A year later, there was a new grave in Yunchuan, and Qinshi was buried within it. White-haired Yi Fan shed tears. He guarded here, sitting alone in a daze. The little boy was taken away by an expert to seek celestial cultivation. The Tao embryo of the natural saint physique was naturally brought back to the celestial court and sealed in the source. The Black Emperor began to make preparations. He wanted to prepare all kinds of divine objects and then build a foundation for him. Several years later, white-haired Yi Fan died of old age and was buried. Not long after, he didn't start another life. Instead, he truly awakened, and directly returned to the celestial court. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and his eyes were like cold lightning as he stared at the all-life energy cauldron. In this world, only this cauldron could exert some influence on him when he was ignorant, because they were originally one. The all-life energy cauldron trembled, and it almost collapsed. In the end, Yi Fan left and came before the Black Emperor. He didn't say anything, and just stared at it for a long time. It was rare for the Black Emperor to feel guilty. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yi Fan left and returned to Yunchuan. He sat in front of that woman's grave and didn't speak for a long time. Those decades of time appeared in his heart, and it made him tremble. In the end, he cracked open the grave and took out a huge divine source from within. Qinshi was sealed within, and her lifespan naturally hadn't reached its end yet. She should be able to live for another 20 years. The Black Emperor will always be a bastard. Yi Fan said in a low voice. He knew that the bastard felt guilty and didn't know what to do. He threw all the future matters to him, sealed Qinshi, and let him make his own decision. Although the mortal life he experienced was short, it was unforgettable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened. The celestial emperor wasn't heartless. Yi Fan hugged the divine source, and his eyes revealed a gentle light. He looked at this woman and then sighed. He returned to the celestial court and placed her in the central heavenly palace. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Master, what happened to him? Komatsu woke up and asked. The eternal dream can be considered complete. He is on the path of longevity in his heart, searching and advancing in this Tao realm. The Black Emperor said. Only, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it would end. Then Komatsu saw Qinshi in the source and bowed respectfully. Send her into the sealed land and leave it to the celestial emperor to deal with in the future. The Black Emperor was as slippery as ever. He threw all the headaches to Yi Fan. In the cosmos, 9 dragons soared through the sky, pulling a huge bronze coffin. They moved slowly from one region to another. Many people saw that when the news came out, it shook the cosmos. It was unknown how many heroes rushed over from all directions, but in the end, no one could catch up. Every time someone approached, it would disappear from the void and then reappear in another region. The celestial court sent out a large number of people because they knew that Yifan had once stepped onto the path of cultivation because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. However, the celestial court didn't obtain anything. The celestial emperor is sleeping, otherwise, he would definitely be able to capture it. In the same year, someone saw 5-colored immortal light rushing into the sky in a region. There were actually a total of 5 eyes of fortune there, and they were being absorbed by a stone egg. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights shot out. The people of the world were shocked. They wanted to rush over, but in the end, that place directly darkened. They disappeared in a flash. The Celestial Emperor had long surpassed the Yuan Taoist master in the domain of origin techniques. However, when he searched the rivers and mountains of the world back then, he didn't find a single true eyes of fortune. There were actually 5 of them there, which made people sigh in admiration. Damn it, it seems like the undying heavenly emperor has found all the eyes of fortune in the world countless years ago. 1 was given to the celestial prince, and 5 were left for that stone egg. The Black Emperor was furious. In the end, he laughed coldly and said, "There's no harm in this. Let's see who is strong and who is weak." The Wuxia scripture that has been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years should come into being. Chapter 18:18. Was it the second son of the undying heavenly emperor? People couldn't be sure, but they all suspected it. It had appeared several times in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was extremely mysterious. The Black Emperor, Komatsu, and the others deduced seriously and felt that it might not appear in the next tens of thousands of years. However, they still paid more attention and paid more attention. Time flew by. During this period of time, geniuses and heroes rose from time to time, leaving behind heroic battle records one after another. However, in the long river of time, these famous heroes would gradually be forgotten. They couldn't be compared to the legend of the Celestial Emperor that had existed for a long time. Only by surpassing the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries, could they truly be remembered. However, the Celestial Emperor's imprint had been unstable all these years, and it had almost scattered in the universe. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but he still hadn't appeared. What was going on? During this period of time, a new emperor had appeared, and he had obtained the Great Tao, opening an extremely glorious period. However, even after 10,000 years of his death, the Celestial Emperor was still in this world. This made people sigh. Even an emperor could only look up to the high and mighty Celestial Emperor who was still in deep sleep. Not long after, the myriad Qi cauldron disappeared, carrying the sleeping Yifan into the universe. This was the subconscious of the Celestial Emperor. He wanted to comprehend longevity under the endless starry sky and completely disappeared from the world. On this day, Komatsu had a feeling that there was a supreme existence staring at the celestial court. He quickly rushed out, only to see a ray of immortal light flash and disappear. Xiao Song personally went to the jade pool to see the divine fetus within the 9-aperture immortal stone. After so many tens of thousands of years, she had already reached the consummate level. As long as she was born, she would definitely become a martial emperor in the shortest time possible. There was no suspense. However, it wasn't that divine fetus, and it didn't have this kind of aura. However, it might really appear in the world. The 9-aperture immortal stone couldn't truly seal her for all eternity. Master's current situation is unclear, we need to pay more attention, said Komatsu. During this period of time, Komatsu had flipped through all kinds of ancient scriptures and studied the methods left behind by Yifan. He was quite emotional, and unknowingly, he had actually leaped into the Emperor realm. Everyone in the celestial court, including the Black Emperor, was shocked. Komatsu himself was also stunned. He had been too engrossed and failed to control himself. He had actually directly become an emperor. Furthermore, Yifan had warned him before that now was not the time to attack the immortal path. Now that he had become a martial emperor, he could no longer seal it. He would not be able to wait until that future era. In the end, there was no other way. At this stage, Komatsu could only face the sovereign tribulation. The appearance of a second sovereign in the celestial court shocked the entire universe. It could be said that the celestial court had reached the pinnacle of glory. One sect, 2 emperors, and if there were no accidents, there would be 3 emperors, 4 emperors, but it was at this unbelievably brilliant moment that a shocking change occurred. In the dark and cold universe, a crack suddenly appeared, and an immortal waterfall appeared. A jade-white giant hand holding a 5-colored immortal saber streaked across the sky and disappeared into the celestial court. It cut open a sealed palace and pointed at the sealed little boy, the primordial saint body's embryo of Tao. "How dare you!" the Black Emperor roared. It had been guarding the boy this entire time, sealing itself in the ancient palace. It hadn't been easy to get the boy, and it wouldn't tolerate any mishaps. It already achieved the Tao through a different method, but right now, it was useless even if it risked its life. Before the blade even reached its body, the killing intent formed by the 5-colored immortal light already tore it apart. Its body was broken into several pieces, a rain of blood gushing out as it flew outwards. Bam! In that critical moment, the void split open, and the ancient Wild's pagoda appeared to block the saber. At the same time, it emanated a soft light that protected everything in the area. Shocking killing energy shot up into the sky, shocking the entire universe. Howling, Komatsu awoke from his deep state of enlightenment, and shot forward to meet the saber. A violet gold pagoda appeared above his head to block it. Crack! However, it only took a single exchange for the undying heaven saber to destroy the violet gold Grand Emperor's pagoda. After all, it was an immortal item. The ancient Wild's pagoda descended to protect Komatsu. On the other side, the Black Emperor almost died on the spot. Enduring the pain, he was only left with the upper half of his body. Holding on to the godly essence with the boy sealed inside, he turned and fled, not for himself, but for the sake of protecting the boy. The only good thing was that although the saber was pointing at the boy, it wasn't aiming to take his life, but rather, to take him away. Otherwise, the Black Emperor and the godly essence would have been destroyed. Boom! Komatsu merged with the ancient Wild's pagoda, and with the immortal item floating above his head, he charged toward the hand holding the saber. However, as soon as they clashed, the ancient Wild's pagoda shone with blinding light, and Komatsu did everything he could to block it. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. After all, he had just become an emperor, and his enemy was the undying heavenly emperor, who had an immortal item and was invincible. He had lived for countless years, and his cultivation had reached a terrifying level. Undying heavenly emperor, what are you doing? If you want to be my master's enemy, you can fight it out with him. Why are you attacking my master's son? Komatsu shouted. His entire body was covered in blood as he activated the ancient Wild's pagoda to block it. In the clash of the terrifying immortal items, clanging sounds rang out endlessly. Immortal light shocked the universe. Komatsu continuously coughed up blood, and all the bones in his body broke. He could not block the undying heavenly emperor. However, it was because of him and the ancient Wild's pagoda that they managed to block the immortal saber temporarily. Otherwise, the innate sage body would have been snatched away without any suspense. Stop him. This old man wants to investigate the secrets of the innate sage body. He can't deal with Emperor Wu Shi in the other world, so he wants to start from here, the Black Emperor shouted in horror, using his life to block and protect this child. Boom! At this moment, beams of divine light shot up from the celestial court, connecting to the sky and shaking the earth. That was the forbidden land of the celestial court, where a group of outstanding talents of the past were sealed. Undying your mother. The first to roar was a giant ape covered in golden fur. He was tens of thousands of meters tall. He opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram that rushed towards the undying heavenly blade. It was actually the sacred prince. Beside him, another divine ape rose up. Its 6 ears moved in unison, shooting out 6 beams of immortal light that could kill gods and immortals. The sacred ape bloodline hated the undying heavenly emperor the most. This was because the emperor of fighting had also been ambushed before he became a war immortal. Even though he had managed to avoid that calamity, he had still suffered heavy injuries. "Heavenly Emperor, your mother. You dare to bully my parents? I'll smash your lungs." The little sacred ape roared. He raised his immortal iron rod and directly went forward to attack. In the past, Yi Fan had released him to temper him. His divine abilities were already unrivaled, but he had not taken that final step. "You dare to bully my master's son? Undying old ghost, hand over your life." On the other side, a majestic figure covered in golden flames rushed up. It was Yang Shi, who had a large success divine physique. He raised his fist and punched the sky. At the same time, Yi Tong, Jiang Tingting, Hua Hua, and all the other supreme geniuses who had been sealed for over 300,000 years had all reappeared and attacked the sky together. "Set up the formation and slaughter him," the divine child shouted. He called out to Yi Xian, Little Can, and the others. Each of them held a killing sword and rushed into the sky. They were all like newborn calves that were not afraid of tigers. They wanted to kill the Heavenly Emperor. It had to be said that the Heavenly Emperor was truly too powerful. With the five-colored immortal blade in hand, he actually wanted to sweep through everyone. Komatsu was at the very front and bore the brunt of the attack. He activated the ancient desolate tower to block and resist. Dang! This sound was deafening. It tore apart the sky and collapsed a part of the starry sky. The others either attacked the sky or neutralized the shockwaves to protect the celestial court. This sudden battle shocked the world. The undying Heavenly Emperor had appeared again and directly attacked the celestial court. His methods were tyrannical and terrifying. In this battle, Komatsu had suffered serious injuries. Because he had used immortal artifacts to block the Heavenly Emperor's attacks, his body was now covered in cracks and was about to explode. Scram! A loud roar shook the universe. The Heavenly Emperor had awakened and revived. Separated by countless galaxies, he directly tossed out the myriad chi cauldron. It pierced through the universe and smashed onto the five-colored immortal blade. Then, he took a step forward and crossed the endless river of stars. He punched at the arm, and a great battle between Heavenly Emperors erupted. However, after only a few moves, the snow-white jade-like hand retreated with the immortal blade. At the same time, the flying immortal waterfall also disappeared. The entire universe was shocked. After such a long time, the Heavenly Emperor had appeared again and almost heavily injured the celestial court. His methods were indeed terrifying and heaven-defying. The entire world was horrified. Everyone was discussing this. If the Heavenly Emperor had not awakened at the crucial moment, who knew what the result would have been? While the outside world was in an uproar and everyone was discussing this, the celestial court was very quiet. Many people were gathered in the heavenly palace to protect Komatsu. His injuries were too severe. In order to protect Yi Fan's son, he risked his life and fought with everything he had. In the final attack, his entire body exploded. Moreover, the blade chi swept over and cut his primordial spirit. At this moment, there was only a weak ball of flame jumping about. That was Komatsu's true spirit. Originally, Komatsu's body and spirit had been destroyed. It was the Heavenly Emperor who had used a heaven-defying divine ability to seize his life and forcibly gathered a bit of spiritual consciousness to prevent him from dissipating. It wasn't that Komatsu wasn't strong enough, but the Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying. He had blocked the undying Heavenly Emperor's all-out attacks and only died at the last moment. This achievement was already shocking enough. After all, he had just become a Heavenly Emperor and hadn't completely stabilized himself. On the other side, the Black Emperor's body had also exploded. However, his life had been saved by Yi Fan and he had been baptized by the Heavenly Emperor's blood. The little boy wasn't injured in the slightest and was well protected. Only one Komatsu was about to die. "Master, is there no other way?" Yang Shi, Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others were incomparably anxious. The others also felt sad. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes filled with endless sadness. In the end, he held the spiritual consciousness light ball and entered seclusion. He only came out half a month later. Komatsu. Everyone surrounded him, and their hearts trembled. On Yi Fan's shoulder, there was a purple Komatsu mouse. Its fur was glossy, and its large eyes were like black gems. It was very intelligent. However, when it heard everyone calling it, it was a little confused. Only when Yi Fan patted its head did it start to laugh heartlessly. Seeing its innocent appearance, everyone's heart ached. How could this be? It's heavily injured and has fallen from the throne. Moreover, its cultivation has been completely severed, Yi Fan said with boundless sorrow. Everyone's hearts trembled. A self-severed supreme being couldn't return to the throne, and Komatsu had even lost all of its cultivation. What hope did it have? Could it be that it could only be a pure Komatsu mouse for the rest of its life? Master, you must have a way, right? Yi Zi, what other ways do you have? No one could accept this result. Yi Fan was silent. He had already used the undying medicine, Celestial Emperor's blood, and other heaven-defying methods to seize its spiritual consciousness. Only then did its true body reappear. However, this was all he could do. After a long time, he said, if we want him to recover his cultivation and return to the throne, the only way is to find the Tao integration flower. However, this kind of thing could only be encountered and not sought. From a certain perspective, it was even more precious than the undying medicine because it could allow one to become an emperor. Demonic God flower, divine flower, Tao integration flower, the last one was the most respected. It would only bloom once every million years. If it wasn't eaten, it would bloom and not wither. You guys don't need to be anxious about this matter. I'll think of a way, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Komatsu had survived in the end. With Celestial Emperor at his side, his life shouldn't be too much of a problem. Undying Heavenly Emperor, in the past, he only took action against Emperor Tao figures. Now, he actually came to seize a child and started a massacre. This is intolerable. Many people were furious. I underestimated his bottom line. I'll definitely kill him in the future. After so many years, Celestial Emperor had always been very steady and rarely said such things. What is the Heavenly Emperor? He only knows how to sneak attack. When we really conquer the immortal path, we'll definitely kill him. The others were also furious. Yi Fan shook his head and said, although I despise his actions, I have to say that he is very powerful. No one can be careless. How powerful can he be? Unfathomable. Yi Fan said truthfully. Master, you still can't easily kill him after cultivating to this point? Yi Fan sighed and said, even a pig that has lived for millions of years would have long become a spirit or even an immortal, let alone a heavenly emperor who hasn't severed himself. I'm improving, but so is he. We can't underestimate him. Chapter 18-19. Time flew, and the wheels of history continued to roll forward. In the 400,000th year of the Celestial Emperor's calendar, Yi Fan lived his 8th life. He cut off the origin of the saint body and turned into a mortal body, causing monstrous waves. He cut off the chaos blood, the saint blood, and even the mortal body. Only a small number of people were shocked. The Celestial Emperor returned to his natural state, perhaps understanding the secrets of the power of heaven and earth. It was said that the mortal body was the foundation. People didn't understand because they couldn't reach that realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had done it, he was naturally supreme. In the past 400,000 years, the Celestial Emperor started an era of rule that ordinary people couldn't understand. In Yi Fan's 8th life, a new emperor appeared in the world. In a dragon vein of the ancient feather star, a stone man achieved the Tao and appeared in the world. Many people were shocked because he was exactly the same as the statue of the great Emperor Yuhua that the star worshipped. His strength and terror were beyond imagination, surpassing those who became emperors in the past. Great Emperor Yuhua. In the end, it was confirmed that he was the great Emperor Yuhua of the past. He referred to the supreme technique of the Holy Spirit lineage and went against the flow, slowly transforming his body into a stone embryo, and then died. After 700,000 to 800,000 years, he was nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, preserving a bit of his undying spiritual consciousness. In the end, he turned into a perfected Holy Spirit and then became an emperor again. This left everyone dumbfounded. Unfortunately, the reborn Great Emperor Yuhua only ruled for a few years before he encountered a great crisis. Because of the shocking changes that occurred in the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, Great Emperor Ruthless let out a long roar and rushed into the sky. His eyes were filled with tears, and he was incomparably sad. Back then, it was the Yuhua God dynasty that caused her brother's death. On this day, little Nan woke up. She grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's clothes tightly, feeling a little scared. Within the ancient desolate abyss, ancient coffins soared up one after another from within the primal chaos dragon lair. They exploded one after another. Those were flesh bodies that were as exquisite as jade. All of them began to burn and turned into ashes. Wave after wave of immortal light rushed out and entered Vicious body. At this moment, not to mention others, even Yi Fan was shocked. He clearly saw that the immortal light also had the power of the primordial spirit. Now that they were combined, how powerful would they be? In the end, all the bodies in the coffins turned into ashes. The divine light and divine light merged into one body. It was as if an immortal had descended in the Great Dipper Forbidden Land. With that place as the center, it spread to the entire universe. In the end, even the heaven-swallowing demonic jar was summoned, and then it exploded. Endless essence energy and origin spirit entered her body. The great Emperor Ruthless strength was unimaginable. Big brother. Little Nan tightly grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, timidly and fearfully. After that day, Emperor Yu, Great Emperor Yu, of, the Emperor Yu, he, Emperor Yu, after that day, Emperor Yuhua kept a low profile. He never left this ancient planet for the rest of his life. Of Emperor, of, Yi, Emperor, Tian, Emperor, Yi, of Yi, heaven of body, and personally, of Yi, of little Nan cried out in surprise. She transformed into a beam of light and entered the center of the great Empress's brows. The universe trembled as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Fortunately, Yi Fan acted and stabilized the surroundings. The great Empress calmed down very quickly. At this moment, her eyes were no longer in a daze. Instead, they were as deep as the starry sky. In the end, she sighed, and clear tears flowed from her eyes. She was sorrowful, misty, and heartbreaking as she said, "Aren't you?" Yi Fan was silent, not knowing how to respond. The great Empress turned and walked away step by step. Yi Fan opened his mouth and shouted, "Great Emperor, since our fate in the mortal world has been severed, why don't we march into the immortal realms?" Finally, Great Emperor left. But at the moment when he was about to disappear, his immortal platform shone and little Nan fell down with a confused look on her face. Yi Fan went forward, placed little Nan on his shoulder, and brought her back to the celestial court. Time flowed by, everything was born and destroyed, nothing could stop it. After such a long period of time, over 400,000 years, Huang Shudao, absolute beginning, white-haired sword god and the other geniuses on the heavens' chosen portrait appeared one after another. They didn't want to seal themselves anymore because they couldn't see any hope for the Heaven Empyrean to live forever. They were determined to come out. Sadly, some of them became emperors like absolute beginning, while others returned to dust, withered away in the mortal world. Zhang Bairen entered the celestial court and explained to Yi Fan about the ancient chaos era. That was a different universe. Regardless of the life forms, vegetation, or cultivation system, everything was different from this era. He demonstrated his own Tao, causing Yi Fan to be greatly moved. That era basically didn't cultivate the 5 great secret realms. There was another cultivation system. Above the ancient chaos era, there's still the immortal ancient era. But in the end, everything was the same. All of them were destroyed and replaced by the new era. Zhang Bairen spoke. Yi Fan nodded. He thought of the ancient monolith he saw in the underworld, as well as the ancient corpses from different eras buried there. The immortal ancient era was an era where immortals truly descended. However, for some reason, everything was destroyed in the end, causing no one to become immortal during the ancient chaos era. Zhang Byron sighed. He said that only the desolate heavenly emperor might have become immortal, and the desolate tower was his weapon. The celestial bell and bronze immortal palace were both left behind from the immortal ancient era. Yi Fan trembled when he heard this. It was just as he had speculated. There was a problem with the immortal domain. It wasn't that the cultivators of this world weren't strong enough to become immortals. In the 480,000th year of the Heaven Empyrean calendar, Yi Fan welcomed a challenge. A heavenly sovereign appeared. It wasn't the undying heavenly sovereign, but another terrifying Holy Spirit. He gained sentience from the immortal Tear Green Gold and turned into a supreme Holy Spirit Emperor. After his first era ended, he bitterly cultivated a second era. He called himself the Heavenly Sovereign and came to the Celestial Court to challenge Yi Fan. "It's you." When Yi Fan saw him, he felt a familiar aura. Then, he suddenly remembered and couldn't help but sigh. "You still remember." Green light rushed into the heavens from the person who came. Celestial light surged, and he was truly matchless. That kind of aura was horrifying. Since ancient times, there had never been an imperial path elite who had gained sentience from immortal gold. It could be said that this was the most terrifying supreme existence in the history of the Holy Spirit bloodline. "I remember." Yi Fan nodded. Back then, he, Peng Bo, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and little Nan Nan entered the Undying Mountain. They had once seen a golden swallow, a small carriage, a foot-long golden bull, and other creatures formed from essence gold in front of a cave. They had even seen the immortal Tear Green Gold flicker in the cave. Later, Yi Fan leveled the Undying Mountain and released an old emperor who didn't have much time left. That person took away the black tortoise celestial medicine, and also moved away the cliff with the ancient cave. Hundreds of thousands of years passed, and that immortal Tear Green Gold embryo reached the consummate level. In the end, it became an imperial path supreme being. "You leveled the Undying Mountain, so there is bound to be a battle between us." This Holy Spirit whose whole body flowed with green celestial light rushed over to fight the celestial sovereign. Boom! Yi Fan stood there and didn't move even half a step. He only swung his right fist and met the attack. This attack could have shattered the sea of stars, but the celestial sovereign stood there calmly. He didn't move at all when the fist collided. The Green Gold Emperor was forced back. This result was astonishing. After so many years, someone who could take on the celestial sovereign's fist had finally appeared. However, those who truly understood would not think this way. This was because this was a celestial gold that had gained sentience and transformed into a celestial sovereign. This kind of material could be used to forge monarch tools, let alone become an emperor on its own. It was sturdy and immortal. The second attack began. Yi Fan still didn't move, but the green gold fist changed shape and became distorted beyond recognition. The final result was that in less than 10 moves, the celestial sovereign that had gained sentience from the immortal Tear Green Gold was defeated. Yi Fan let him go, but he didn't reappear in this life until he passed away in meditation and turned back into immortal gold. In front of the celestial court, the 3 grand temples disappeared. The divine source split open, and 2 people walked out. Gai Jirio finally scattered in the end, unable to completely revive. GZ and the white-clothed divine king reappeared. They met again, feeling endless emotions. They should have been separated by life and death, but they met again in this life. Several thousand years later, they were sealed again. It was because their strength was great enough, so they couldn't go forward anymore. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to seal themselves, and they would have to wait to conquer the immortal path. Hong. That day, a loud sound rang out from the distant depths of the cosmos. Someone saw a stone egg crack open, and endless immortal light surged. Yi Fan opened and closed his eyes, not paying it any attention. Meanwhile, after the Black Emperor received the report, he directly broke free from the immortal source. 9 pieces of ancient jade appeared in his large claw. The divine objects left behind by Great Emperor Wu Shi had finally been gathered after endless years. The Black Emperor constructed an altar, activating a secret method. The 9 pieces of divine jade shone, tearing apart the great cosmos. Hong. With a loud wunglong sound, the heavenly Tao was torn apart. An enormous stone scripture appeared in the void, tearing apart the cosmos and descending into the celestial court. Apart from this, there was also an undying phoenix medicine that followed. That day, the innate divine body Tao embryo also appeared, starting his cultivation journey. The little boy was 5 or 6 years old, but he was precocious, and his talent was unprecedented. Yi Shui, this was the name the celestial emperor gave him when he turned into a mortal. It was because the place he was born in was called Yunchuan, and his mother's name also had the word Shi in it. From this day forth, a new legend rose up. His brilliance would illuminate the endless ages. Even though Yi Shui was young, he was extremely intelligent, learning everything extremely quickly. During his childhood, he continuously broke all types of records set by the ancients. Beside him was a purple Komatsu mouse. Its large eyes were like black gemstones, full of intelligence. It was very cute, and it had been sealed before. In this life, it either stayed on Yi Fan's shoulder, jumped onto Wu Shi's scripture, and studied it together with him. Otherwise, it would sleep soundly. Yi Fan walked over and said to Yi Shui, "The reason you can live until today is all because Komatsu risked his life to protect you. The only way you can repay him is to send him back to the throne in the future." "I understand, father." The little boy nodded. His eyelashes were very long, and although he looked like a porcelain doll, his expression was very firm. The creature in the stone egg came into being. It was a 5-color divine phoenix, which then turned into a man with peerless talent. In just a few decades, he moved unhindered throughout the cosmos, breaking all kinds of records of his peers. Regarding this, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention. Even though he knew his origin and that he wasn't the son of the heavenly sovereign, he didn't pay too much attention to him. He didn't even instruct Yi Shui. However, the Black Emperor wasn't like this. He said, "Your father sees him as a stalk of grass by the side of the road, but you can't. He might be your lifelong rival. In reality, I think that's also a whetstone your father deliberately left for you. You must grasp it well." This formed an intense competition. Yi Shui also came into being, similarly breaking all the records of the ancients and advancing by leaps and bounds. The appearance of these two people in the cosmos made all the other geniuses lose their splendor. They were like dust in front of them, unable to catch up to their footsteps. The battle between these two geniuses erupted. It started when they had just become kings, fighting all the way to the great sage realm. No one interfered, and they fought with their lives on the line while bathed in blood. In the end, they fought all the way to the quasi-emperor realm. The time they took was terrifyingly short, and they established an astonishing record. They became quasi-emperor in just 200 years. This was a battle at the pinnacle. They fought for hundreds of years, killing until they achieved the Tao in a different way. Then, in the process of the battle, they destroyed all the Tao at the same time and became emperors and emperors. This created an unprecedented miracle. During this period of time, the Black Emperor had always been watching nervously, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Yi Shui's achievements made him so excited that hot tears flowed down his face. It was simply like the young great emperor Wu Shi had reappeared. Only the Komatsu was laughing foolishly without a care in the world. It had forgotten many things because its primordial spirit was almost destroyed. This made Yi Fan's heart ache. He no longer sealed it and brought it with him to walk through the cosmos. However, after so many tens of thousands of years had passed, the celestial emperor still hadn't found the Tao harmonizing flower. In the ice-cold cosmos, Yi Fan's entire body shone. He protected the Komatsu and walked on the path of heaven. In this life, his understanding of longevity had deepened by a lot, and he walked further and further on the path of longevity. Chapter 1820. Suddenly, Yi Fan stared at the cosmic void in front of him. His mind moved as if he had sensed something. His hands moved, tearing open heaven and earth, entering a primal chaos immortal soil. This place was very peaceful. There was a Taoist temple here. As soon as he entered, he smelled a fragrance that refreshed the mind. This was the undying medicine. He slowly walked in, revealing a strange expression. A ginseng fruit tree was rooted in the temple. There were a few snow-white fruits in the shape of humans, warm and sparkling, releasing a sweet fragrance. Celestial Emperor. An aged voice sounded. Under the ginseng fruit tree, there were some immortal and divine sources, sealing a group of people. Only a few Tao children were not sealed. They were at a loss when they saw him. Yangxiang clan. Yi Fan sighed. He didn't expect to see this legendary person here, but he only got to see him today. It wasn't just him. There was a group of Qi practitioners, all of them famous. Among them was Guhong, who achieved the Tao in a different way. Some of the important figures of the pre-Qin Qi practitioners lived in seclusion in this primal chaos immortal soil. After chatting for an entire night, Yi Fan got up and bid farewell. He obtained an important piece of information here. The Tao fusing flower was first born in Kunlun, and then it flew into the sky, its whereabouts unknown. Yi Fan came to Kunlun, using this place as the starting point to carry out deductions. He wanted to find it, but after walking for many years, he was disappointed. He aimlessly traveled through the starry sky. One day, cries of alarm sounded from a star domain. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin appeared again. Unfortunately, no one could catch up or get close. Yi Fan's expression changed. He crossed endless galaxies, descending from the sky. He finally saw the 9 black dragons again, as well as that giant bronze coffin. Celestial Emperor. Everyone cried out in alarm. The ancient coffin was hazy, covered in mist. There were symbols carved all over it, and now, it had actually revived. No wonder people couldn't get close, couldn't catch it. Yi Fan descended from the sky, landing on the coffin. His heart was full of emotions. Everything was because of this coffin. The reason he could move unhindered through the universe for so many years was related to this. After he became the Celestial Emperor, he had long comprehended those several hundred ancient characters. Now, he sat here, not moving for a long time, attentively listening to the scripture sounds that sounded once more from the coffin. Several hundred ancient characters, every single one of them an imperial talisman, a type of supreme meaning. However, half of the imperial talismans did not talk about matters related to cultivation, but rather related to the construction and derivation of the immortal domain. Yi Fan also relied on this, as well as the information contained in the immortal medicines fragments, to deduce that there was a huge problem in the immortal region. Yi Fan entered the coffin. Komatsu was curious. Protected by the splendor, his large eyes sparkled as he watched. Within the enormous bronze coffin, a small coffin rested in disarray. At this moment, the scripture sound stopped. It was completely silent, as if the eternal cosmos had been buried. Yi Fan arrived close before he slowly and forcefully opened the coffin. Instantly, chaotic qi surged while immortal light flowed into the surroundings, and it caused him to be shocked to the point his eyes opened wide. I see. His soft sigh contained too much. Then, he closed the coffin, turned around, and tore open the cosmos. He drew out a strand of his primordial spirit and appeared in the forbidden ancient land. He called out to the Empress and invited her over for a chat. In the next moment, not only did the Empress come, but the little girl also entered the space between her brows and became one with her. I opened this coffin a long time ago, and then I ordered the great completion Saint Physique to throw it out, the Empress said calmly. Even though he was a celestial emperor, Yi Fan was also stunned. In this world, only the ruthless great emperor would dare to do this. He didn't even know what to say about such boldness. Yes, he understood. Back then, the Empress didn't want to become an immortal, but to wait for that person to return in this mortal world. It was normal for her to throw away this coffin. Now, Great Emperor, please take a look together. The Empress didn't say anything and only watched quietly. Yi Fan opened the ancient coffin again. Chaotic mist flowed, and immortal light overflowed in all directions. It was incomparably peaceful. Komatsu widened his eyes and looked inside. This time, he finally saw clearly that it was actually a world. There were no corpses or people in the coffin. It was actually a mysterious world with flowing immortal light. If one jumped in, they would feel its vastness and boundlessness. Could it be that the so-called celestial domain is in the coffin? He thought of the hundreds of ancient characters. Half of them were methods to construct and evolve the celestial domain. All the immortals died, and the celestial domain was also damaged. It was cut off from this world. Heavenly Emperor Huang wanted to evolve the celestial domain and completely rebuild that world. It was obvious that the Empress knew more than Yi Fan. Yi Fan and the Empress discussed Tao. They sat in the coffin for several days, discussing longevity, immortality, and the path to immortality. Now that they were at the same level, they could verify each other. Back then, this coffin couldn't enter the celestial domain. It couldn't repair that world and was left in the mortal world. Boom! In the depths of the universe, the battle between the two geniuses came to an end. Yi Shui won. The man transformed from the five-colored divine phoenix was cut down by him and was about to die. At the crucial moment, the flying immortal waterfall appeared again. A hand as white as jade fell. The undying heavenly emperor saved his son. His control over the flying immortal waterfall became more and more terrifying. He could actually manifest it at any time. Boom! At this moment, Yi Fan and Ruthless attacked at the same time, one fist and one palm striking at the flying immortal waterfall. The undying heavenly emperor brought his son into that world and actually took the initiative to welcome them, exchanging a palm strike with each of them. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The flying immortal waterfall was half destroyed. The undying heavenly emperor did this just to measure how terrifying these two were. Great Empress, please lend me a hand. Let's deduce the whereabouts of the Tao integration flower together, Yi Fan requested. It's in this coffin, the Empress said calmly. What? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Back then, I put it in this coffin. It was prepared for you, but unfortunately, it wasn't for you. The Empress was peerless, but her current expression made one's heart tremble. Yi Fan understood. Ruthless obtained the Tao integration flower and was waiting for the person with the saint physique. It would be difficult for him to become an emperor. Afterward, he saw this similar flower and knew that one day, he would find this ancient bronze coffin. Back then, when the saint physique threw the bronze coffin out of the abyss, he had already placed the flower in it. Yi Fan felt guilty and expressed his gratitude. The Empress suddenly said, "It wasn't you, but if I were to inject his past and experiences into your sea of consciousness, it might be you." But she didn't make a move in the end. Yi Fan was stunned. The universe became peaceful. The 9 dragons and bronze coffin were brought back by Yi Fan to the celestial court. Beside him, there was a cute little girl who returned with him. The universe became peaceful. Komatsu had achieved the Tao through water and was difficult to seal again. Yi Fan had no choice but to seal him into the incomplete celestial realm in the bronze coffin and let him take care of Komatsu. And Yi Fan himself had changed his mind. He wanted to become an immortal in this world of mortals. Time passed, and in the 520,000th year of the celestial ruler's calendar, Yi Fan had obtained all 9 secrets. Even though they weren't of much use, they still had some value as a reference. In the end, they combined into one and released a power that could shock the immortals. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Since an old friend once said that the 9 secrets combined into one would be invincible throughout the ages, it is obvious that I have reached this step. Yi Fan knew that person was Di Zun. Even though Yi Fan had reached this step without relying on the 9 secrets many years ago, he felt that he could still go forward. He wanted to reach the end of the limit. In the 550,000th year of the celestial ruler's calendar, Yi Fan's 8th life should have come to an end. However, he didn't undergo any metamorphosis. Time stopped flowing and he didn't show any signs of passing away. In this year, he saw Duanda. In almost every life, he had to go to receive or send off the unscrupulous Taoist. Duanda had a long face for several lives, saying that he was unlucky in his 8 lives and digging graves for several lives. In the end, he was haunted by an evil ghost. In the 600,000th year of the celestial ruler's calendar, even though Yi Fan was very old, his blood qi didn't dry up. He still stopped at this stage as if he was really going to exist with the world. At this point, the whole world sighed. Celestial ruler was the only one. Since ancient times, only one person like him had reached this step. He was a special one. However, Yi Fan didn't think so. In his opinion, Vicious, Wu Shi, and the undying heavenly emperor had all reached this step. Even Duanda might have become an immortal in the mortal world if he had the 9 seals of reincarnation. In the 640,000th year of the celestial ruler's calendar, Yi Fan metamorphosed again. This was intentional. He wanted to raise his state to the peak and then maintain it forever. His 9th life had begun. Sure enough, it was as expected. Time hardly left any traces on his body. He maintained the appearance of around 20 years old. His black hair was thick, his skin sparkling, and his body imposing as he overlooked the boundless heaven and earth. In the 720,000th year of the celestial ruler's calendar, Yi Fan still hadn't changed. He was still as young as before. During these hundreds of thousands of years, he had forged a total of 9 cauldrons, including green gold with immortal tear, blue gold with eternal blue, scarlet phoenix blood, black gold with dragon patterns, purple gold with divine marks, and golden tribulation Tao. All of them were immortal metals of different materials. In reality, Yi Fan once again found the fragment of Venerable Emperor's green cauldron. However, he didn't reassemble it. He had a strange expression as he brought the fragment to the forbidden area of the desolate era and discussed it with Vicious Great Emperor. Yi Fan combined the 9 divine gold cauldrons into one and refined them into a 9-colored treasure cauldron, becoming an immortal artifact. In the end, he used his unparalleled divine abilities to fuse the 9-colored immortal cauldron with the myriad qi cauldron. The 2 cauldrons became one, becoming an astonishing supreme immortal artifact. This year, Vicious Great Emperor also made a move. He first summoned the little girl and fused them into one. Then, he put on a devil mask, looking like he was crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. His smile carried traces of tears. It was the one buried in Kunlun back then. At the same time, she took back the bronze ring from Yi Fan's hands. Beneath the desolate era's abyss, the bronze immortal palace disintegrated. In addition, an immortal sword also shattered. 2 waves of essence and immortal energy rushed into the mask and the bronze ring, evolving into supreme immortal artifacts. Her methods were too shocking, truly turning something rotten into something magical. She no longer had any obsession in this life. Perhaps she had another obsession. After becoming an immortal, she wanted to see if that person could wake up. She wanted to see Yi Fan enter the celestial realm, and she also wanted to bid farewell to the mortal world. Those who understood knew that they were going to conquer the path of immortality. In reality, they were already considered immortals in the mortal world. In this life, Yi Fan opened the seal and invited all the experts from the celestial court. He wanted to start a new era. Decades later, when everything was ready, Yi Fan stood tall on the Tao, protecting a group of supreme experts to become emperors. He could already seal the Tao, and he could also fight against the immortal formed by the immortal medicine in the heavenly tribulation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, an immortal legend began. Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, Six-Eared Macaque, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, Hua Hua, Jiang Tingting, Shenhua, Yi Xian, everyone appeared. It was not just 1 or 2 people who were going to achieve Tao, but a group. This was a miracle that had never happened before, shocking the great universe. Komatsu also returned. With the help of the Tao fusing flower, he returned to the peak and became a great emperor. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. If this part of the universe wasn't protected, it would have been completely destroyed. Yi Fan invited the great empress, asking her to protect the various regions. The light of heavenly punishment was endless, and they all rushed down murderously. Yi Fan resisted the immortal formed by the immortal medicine in the heavenly tribulation. He was invincible and could no longer be killed. Instead, he killed those people one by one, and from this, he comprehended many secrets. He protected the Tao, making them pulse in sync. In the end, a group of people successfully became emperors. So many great emperors appeared at the same time, shaking the universe. An incomparably glorious era arrived. The group of great emperors rose together, and the Tao rumbled, shaking the past, present, and future. Chapter 1821. There were too many experts in the celestial court. So many great emperors gathered in this world. It was too shocking. There had never been such a thing in the past, and it would be difficult for it to appear again in the future. Yi Fan didn't immediately lead everyone on the path of immortality. Instead, he had them continue to cultivate, to consolidate the Tao fruits of this world. It was because after more than 700,000 years, he finally found all the heavenly materials needed to refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill. He refined furnace after furnace. Even though there were people like GZ and the white-robed divine king who had taken the undying medicine, the pill was still effective. After consolidating the Tao fruits of this world, thousands of years later, every one of them became extremely powerful, reaching the peak of the great Tao. Yi Fan had them take the 9 revolutions immortal pill, and they all recovered to their most vigorous youth. With a rumbling sound, a huge sound rang out from the forbidden land of the celestial court. Yi Fan arrived, stepping into a giant graveyard. He said softly, "My comrades who once fought shoulder to shoulder with me, I have come to fulfill my promise. I once said that I would not only bring you all to flatten the forbidden lands, suppress the endless chaos, establish extreme glory, but I will also bring you all on the path of conquering immortals. That will be an even more boundless and majestic battle map. I have come." Hong. Yi Fan's foot stepped down. With a rumbling sound, all of the great tombs split apart. Giant pieces of divine essence rushed out, every single one of them sealing a heavenly soldier or heavenly general. They had long aged, entering their declining years, but they were still alive, their auras isolated by the divine essence. Perhaps you all are too old to fight, but I will not forget my comrades and brothers from back then. Even if I die in battle, I will still bring you all on the path of immortality, into the immortal domain. Yi Fan roared. In front of the great tombs, piece after piece of divine essence flowed with divine splendor. Everyone opened their eyes. Their old eyes were turbid, containing tears, all of them trembling with excitement. Right now, there was already no need to say anything more. The Celestial Emperor had come to fulfill his promise. A sonorous war song had already sounded. The path of conquering immortals had begun. The army was grand and majestic. A few old friends rushed over, all of them personally sealed by Yi Fan back then. For example, Peng Bo, Zhang Wenchang, Zhang Xiling, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi. There were also Dragon Horse, Wang Shu, Lei Bo, Ji Qingdao, Little K, and Xia Jiuyo. They led the various departments of the celestial court. Among them, Ji Haoyue, Li Ruoyu, and others had become emperors during the last tribulation. They would conquer the path together. The people of the past didn't die and all of them reappeared. Moreover, there were other old friends who hurried over as well, such as Wavering Light Divine Lord Vivian, Huolin, Hua Qi Zi, and others. The present world's heavenly soldiers and generals all gathered, the endless great army covering heaven and earth, drowning out the stellar domain. Yi Fan was going to lead everyone into the immortal path. Master, many A, Master, Master Emperor, 1A, 1, only, 1, A, many I, 1. There's no need to wait. Let's go, Yi Fan said. The entire universe was trembling. No one had expected to see such a magnificent scene. Countless celestial soldiers and generals followed Celestial Emperor and a group of emperors, preparing to ascend the path to heaven. They covered the vast universe. War songs resounded throughout the universe. They ascended the path to heaven, their army covering the sky. At the center of the army was an ancient bronze coffin. There was also a boundless divine source there, sealing the old soldiers and generals. Everyone protected them at the center. Open. Celestial Emperor made his move. The people of the world finally saw his unparalleled methods. With one punch, he blasted open the barrier of the universe, creating a huge passage and killing his way into a strange world. This is the celestial domain? Everyone trembled. There, a rain of light danced in the air. It wasn't the right time, nor was it the right place, but Celestial Emperor had blasted him away. This is the path to immortality, but it hasn't reached the celestial domain yet. I have to meet someone along the way. A few emperors, like the Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, and Zhang Bairen, saw a gap at the end of the path that led to another world. Yi Fan invited the Empress to enter and guard that gap. Then, he opened up the path himself and invited everyone to embark on their journey. The majestic and endless army stepped on the path to immortality and entered a strange world. Not the right time, not the right place. Only by entering this world can one pierce through the celestial domain, the Empress said softly. Then, she suddenly raised her eyes. With a rumble, she slammed out a palm to exchange blows with someone. They had just entered this world, and a battle had already broken out. However, no one was worried for Vicious. In this vast world, no one dared to say that they could kill her. The majestic army entered this strange world. Yi Fan no longer maintained the passage and entered with large strides. The person who exchanged blows with someone bled from his mouth, but he didn't yield and attacked again. Everyone was aghast. What kind of world was this? They had just entered and they already met someone who could fight against the real Empress Flawless? This was a true Emperor realm expert. With a boom, that person flew out and coughed out blood. His body split open and then exploded. He reassembled his body in the distance and revealed an expression of shock. He didn't dare to believe this reality and quickly fled. The Empress didn't care and didn't chase after him. Becoming an immortal in the mortal world, this was clearly not her true battle prowess. This was a vast world. Yi Fan and the Empress stood side by side and deduced together. They quickly understood this world. This place is extraordinary. There are some immortal and undying substances. Moreover, it is vast and boundless, and there are as many experts as there are clouds. The most important thing was that they discovered a shocking fact. This was a man-made great world that wanted to evolve into the immortal domain in order to make up for that damaged world. After more than 200,000 years, Yi Fan and Vicious Empress once again evolved. Through the immortal medicine, they roughly understood that the immortal domain no longer had immortals. All of them died in the immortal war that year. In reality, even though the population of the immortal domain was vast, there weren't many true immortals. The number was limited, less than 100. The rest hadn't reached that step. Of course, this was referring to one's cultivation realm and battle prowess. If one was talking about immortality, then that was a different matter. It was because that world had undying and long life substances that could allow those who reached that realm to achieve immortality without relying on their own cultivation. The immortal domain was damaged. There were no longer any immortals, and it was cut off from the mortal world. Cracks would occasionally appear, but no one could seize the opportunity to enter. This was because the immortal domain was damaged. The natural laws would stop anyone who wanted to enter and protect themselves. Otherwise, it was rumored that in the immortal ancient era, as long as one was an immortal, they could ascend into the immortal world. Meanwhile, saints were even more so known as undying and undying in that world. All of the natural laws had changed. That was why even those as powerful as great emperors couldn't enter. If one wanted to enter the immortal domain, only by becoming an immortal in the mortal world could one break through the passage between the two realms and truly enter. Only immortals could repair and evolve that world in the future. As a result, Yi Fan became an immortal in the mortal world, and Vicious Empress also stood in this realm for many years. Be careful, this world not only has the undying heavenly emperor, there is another person as well. Otherwise, great Emperor Wu Shi wouldn't be powerless to deal with him. Yi Fan transmitted sound. He directly grabbed the heaven heart imprint of this world, immediately seeing through many secrets. Roar, suddenly, a loud roar sounded. An immortal phoenix spread its wings and took to the skies, leading an endless army. This world was extremely vast, and there were countless experts as well. Undying Heavenly Emperor, hand over your life. The Black Emperor roared. Now, he had truly become an Emperor realm expert. Wenlong. The Black Emperor released a long roar. With a shake of his hand, he tore open the void, producing a green jade tortoise that entered the great army. With a hong sound, endless corpse energy erupted. There were countless casualties, and even Emperor realm experts were almost affected. The undying Heavenly Emperor's expression changed. This was actually the corpse energy he left behind in the past. He spread his wings and swept out, instantly dispersing all the corpse energy, completely dissolving it. This immortal phoenix turned into a human form and descended, saying, "Everyone, there is no enmity that can't be resolved in this world. Entering the immortal domain isn't that easy, and we need at least 3 mortals to attack together. Moreover, we also need to choose the correct coordinates, or else we won't be able to enter, and the immortal domain will be damaged. Why don't we work together?" No one expected the undying Heavenly Emperor to actually say such words. He stood there with a heroic posture, not a single trace of time left on him. He looked to be in his 20s, and his charm was matchless. "Sorry, we have enough people, and we don't need you. As for the correct coordinates, I also have them here." Yi Fan raised the immortal treasure map. This was precisely the ancient map he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and it originally belonged to Vicious Empress. Later on, he studied it with the Empress and finally understood what it was. It recorded the imprints of the human universe, and it even hid the immortal domain's void map. Undying Heavenly Emperor, hand over your life. Back then, you ambushed my grandfather, and later on, you ambushed Brother Komatsu, causing the deaths of great emperors one after another. Kill. The little sacred ape roared loudly, carrying the immortal iron rod and rushing forward. Kill. There were people behind the undying Heavenly Emperor who also roared loudly. They didn't lack Emperor Path experts. There were a few people who stood side by side, slaughtering their way forward. Hong. In the distance, heaven overflowing fluctuations surged, engulfing all directions, making even Emperor Path experts tremble. Great Emperor. The Black Emperor couldn't help but cry out loudly, tears flowing down, unable to control them any longer. That was an imposing figure, heroic and intimidating. His black hair was thick, his gaze wise and farsighted, able to see through everything. With every movement, heaven and earth's Tao would tremble and wail for him. His style was unmatched in this world. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? With one look, Wusher's Tao becomes empty. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years these words had been passed down. Only now did the people of this world see him. It wasn't the slightest bit of exaggeration. He was already a mortal immortal, his accomplishments matchless. However, his enemy also reached this realm, a native of this strange world, also a mortal immortal. During all these years, Great Emperor Wusher was jointly targeted by the undying Heavenly Emperor and this person. One could well imagine just how difficult it was. Great Emperor Wusher also had followers, but they clearly couldn't become mortal immortals. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult these past few years. However, it was different now. Yi Fan and the Empress arrived, the number of mortal immortals on both sides reversed. He no longer felt any fear, completely letting go of his hands and feet. A world-shocking great battle erupted. Great Emperor Wusher faced off against a mortal immortal. A palm descended, heaven and earth reversed, time flowing in reverse, leaving everyone shocked. He was incomparably powerful. When faced with this type of expert, he looked down on them, taking action as if he was tearing through dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood, shaking the past, present, and future. With one look, Wusher's Tao becomes empty. The ancients didn't deceive me. Many people sighed in admiration. Destroy all of them for me. The undying Heavenly Emperor held the immortal blade in his hand, pointing at Yi Fan and the endless army behind him. Behind him were countless experts, and there was no lack of Emperor Path figures. If they attacked, those who became emperors would be fine, but the celestial soldiers and generals would inevitably be wiped out. Arrange the formation. Yi Fan shouted. With a wonglong sound, a formation diagram flew up. Yi Xian, divine child, little silkworm, yellow tooth's granddaughter, supreme immortal physique, little sacred ape, and Yi Shui each held a killing sword, entering the center of the earthquake. They immediately covered this world, stopping all enemies. Undying heavenly emperor, today, we will fight to the death. Yi Fan walked forward. Mortal immortal against mortal immortal, these were the two greatest experts since the ancient times. One was known as the Celestial Emperor, the other was known as the Heavenly Emperor. One was destined to fall. At this moment, there was nothing more to say. They could only fight to the death. With a rumble, Yi Fan's fist smashed over. The undying Heavenly Emperor's left palm slashed out diagonally, transforming into 5-colored phoenix wings. The two fiercely clashed, as if splitting heaven and earth. The Empress took action, stabilizing the area, preventing the aftershocks from attacking and affecting the Great Formation. Kill. On Yi Fan's side, the Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, Yi Tong, Komatsu, and the others all took action. With the 6 small formations at the front, they complemented each other and swept forward like rotten weeds. The other side's Emperor Path experts also came out, also setting up a killing formation, intensely clashing. Only the Empress fought alone, her style peerless. The addition of the mortal immortal was the greatest deterrent, and the blow to the undying Heavenly Emperor's side's morale was too great. Dang! The 5-colored immortal blade slashed over, and Yi Fan's immortal cauldron rushed up. The collision between the two produced the most brilliant sparks. The treasured cauldron was unharmed, but a crack appeared on the immortal blade. The undying Heavenly Emperor was shocked. The other party's cauldron was too extraordinary. With a rumble, they engaged in a confrontation of extreme Tao and mortal-immortal life and death battle. Yi Fan's 9 secrets merged into one, and the moment he went up, he unleashed an annihilating and matchless divine technique. However, unexpectedly, the undying Heavenly Emperor also used this move, and he had long since collected the 9 secrets. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. This immortal continent was almost destroyed, but it was once again stabilized by the ruthless person's stamp. Immortal Phoenix Seal. The Heavenly Emperor roared, and he put down the 5-colored immortal blade, letting it face the immortal cauldron alone. He turned into an immortal phoenix and swooped down, forming a huge divine seal in front of him, covering Yi Fan below. Celestial Emperor Fist. Yi Fan roared, and his hair rushed into the sky. He rushed up, meeting force with force, shaking the heavens as he faced the immortal phoenix seal. The river of time collapsed, and the past and present were thrown into chaos. The power of time between the two was obliterated, and a great collapse occurred. Kill. Just like that, they fought fiercely, and immortal blood splashed everywhere. Father, I've come to help you. In the distance, an immortal phoenix cried out. Its magical force overflowed into the heavens, and it was matchless and powerful. It was actually close to the red dust immortal. Senior brother Hua Hua, take my place. I'm going to face that phoenix. Yi Shui shouted. Hua Hua, who had long become a Buddha, had a dignified appearance. He entered the formation, and after receiving the killing sword, he took action with a face full of benevolence. However, he didn't show any mercy. The killing sword weaved about, and bloody light shone boundlessly. Yi Shui rushed up, fighting against the opponent from the past. Father and son entered the battlefield together, fighting a great battle. Hong Long. In the distance, an enormous sound rang through the air. The battle between Great Emperor Wu Shi and the Red Dust Immortal ended. His palm descended, suppressing that person. He was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and all of the bones in his body were broken. It was just like back then, when he used one hand to suppress the divine self-body formed from the undying Heavenly Emperor's power of faith. It was just one hand, yet the opponent couldn't even raise his head. Dang! The Wuxia bell that had long become an immortal artifact rang, shaking this person until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body broke apart inch by inch, and even his primordial spirit was extinguished before exploding. Great Emperor Wuxia killed a red dust immortal. The undying heavenly emperor's eyes were all red. After so many years, he had never truly killed this opponent. Who would have thought that he would endure until this day, and that reinforcements would arrive? Hong! Yi Fan's hair flew in disarray, and his eyes released cold lightning. He evolved his own Dao and techniques, contending against the undying heavenly emperor in a decisive battle to the death. No one stepped forward, and everyone watched the battle. Chang! Suddenly, the undying heavenly blade left the immortal cauldron, turning around and hacking down, aiming for the back of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head. He directly shook his fist, and his entire body shone as if it was burning. With a dang sound, the five-colored heavenly blade was broken. Great Emperor Wuxia walked over, his body dyed in the blood of the red dust immortal. The Empress' white clothes also cut off the path forward. The outcome was already decided. However, Yi Fan didn't invite them to attack. With a long roar, he fully displayed his celestial emperor technique, and his entire body turned into immortal light, sweeping forward. Pooh! In the final battle, one of the undying heavenly emperor's phoenix wings was torn off, and immortal rain scattered everywhere. Father! His son shouted loudly. Hong! Yi Fan mercilessly attacked. His eyes released cold lightning, and he split the heavenly emperor in half, defeating the great enemy. Ha ha ha! The heavenly emperor whose primordial spirit was torn laughed bitterly and said, "When I was young, I accidentally entered a rarely seen crack in the void, falling from the immortal realm into the mortal world. I always wanted to go back, and finally became a red dust immortal. Even that world doesn't have such an expert now. Who would have thought that I would fall on the road?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. "You only have yourself to blame for this." Yi Fan took a step forward, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He stomped the undying heavenly emperor into pieces. Then, the immortal cauldron flew down, collecting all of the undying heavenly emperor's broken body and primordial spirit. With a light shake, only ashes fell, and an heavenly emperor's imprint appeared on the cauldron's wall. At the same time, Yi Shui killed that little immortal phoenix. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Yi Fan's party swept through all of their enemies like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The world was quiet, and blood dyed the earth red. In the end, the sonorous sounds of swords clashing rang out incessantly, and everyone cheered loudly. Yi Fan, the Empress, and Wuxia, the three red dust immortals, gathered together and were about to open the gates to the immortal realm. Suddenly, an indescribable aura appeared, devouring all things. The world actually slowly turned into a cauldron, and it was about to refine everyone. "It's him, he really didn't die." Great Emperor Wuxia said softly, but his eyes were wise and his expression didn't change. "Di Zun, you are still alive." Yi Fan shouted. When this voice sounded, the world shook, and everyone was in an uproar. Back then, Yi Fan had brought the fragments of the Di Zun cauldron to the forbidden land of the ancient antiquity and studied it with great Emperor Vicious. They came to a shocking conclusion: Di Zun's Tao had not dissipated. "It's me, overlooking the ages and refining a cauldron. This world will become my cauldron, and I will bring you all to immortality." A dignified voice sounded. He was going to refine everyone's Tao and devour them all. Di Zun, it was actually Di Zun again. A person who had died for tens of thousands of years had actually been overlooking the boundless world, waiting in the dark. "Investiture of the gods, come!" Great Emperor Wuxia shouted. A divine diagram appeared in the world and reorganized itself. Over the endless years, it had long engraved the imprint of this world to interfere with the formation of the Di Zun world cauldron. The investiture of the gods had not truly been destroyed on the path to immortality, and now it had appeared again. "It's useless. I have already refined the entire human realm. That universe is going to be destroyed and become my cauldron. I will draw you all into the great cauldron. The dignified voice seemed incomparably cold. You are so ruthless. Not only do you want to turn this place into your cauldron, but you also want to destroy the entire human realm. Everyone was shocked. It's too early for you to be happy. Yi Fan sneered. Boom. There was a loud sound, and the other world shook. Good disciple, have you forgotten Master? Another voice sounded. The barrier between the human realm and this world was broken, and Duanda's voice came. The 9 paths of reincarnation gathered, and he fused them into one. He had actually become an immortal in the mortal world. He had also come. There was a tower of desolation and a celestial bell there. They had locked down the human realm and the universe. Even if Di Zun could reach the heavens, it would be difficult for him to refine them in a short period of time. The celestial bell and the tower of desolation were naturally left behind by Yi Fan and Ruthless, and they were given to Duanda. Di Zun had secretly engraved too many symbols in the human realm, and he had also secretly made countless preparations in this world. He was looking forward to the day when he would refine the 2 realms into a cauldron and obtain a supreme fairy artifact. Unfortunately, he had failed at the last moment. Emperor Wu Shi had already noticed it, and he had recorded all the ripples in this world with the investiture of the gods, which could interfere with the formation of the world cauldron. In the human realm, Yi Fan and Ruthless had already wiped out most of them. Now that Duanda had reappeared, Di Zun's heart sank. Back then, he had been attacked by people together, but he had not really died. He had been blown up to do something shocking. Back then, his so-called ascension of the sect and the emperors had all been for his own sake. However, he had revealed some clues, and people had found out that they wanted him to kill them, so he had been counterattacked. There is nothing to say. Kill. Yi Fan, the Empress, and Wu Shi attacked at the same time. They attacked the sky together, launching the fiercest attack. This battle was very fierce, but there would be no accidents. In the end, they broke the world cauldron and found the Di Zun, who was also a mortal immortal. His blood splashed in the starry sky, and he was killed. Alas, is he really my disciple? Duanda shook his head. Thinking of their relationship, he could not say anything more. The 4 mortal immortals joined hands, opening up the immortal domain. The great army advanced majestically. Immortal light danced about, a rain of light filling the sky. That enormous gate shocked many people. This type of boundless fluctuations naturally startled everyone in the immortal domain. In the crowd, Ko Xiao Xiao held the immortal melody, her face covered in tears. That supreme treasure released woo-woo sounds. She said softly, the fate of the world of mortals